The People's Champion, A Fight for Fairness. By Michael. Front Matter. To Alara, whose quiet resolve became the thunderclap that shook the gilded cages of Viridia, and to Kale, whose voice was the melody that united a city silenced by despair. This story is for every soul who has ever felt the gnawing ache of injustice in their gut, the cold dread of an empty cupboard, or the burning sting of inequality. It is for those who, in the face of overwhelming odds, find the courage to whisper a question, then to shout a demand, and finally, to march towards a horizon they have only dared to dream of. May this narrative serve as a testament to the enduring power of human spirit, to the unyielding pursuit of dignity, and to the profound truth that even in the deepest shadows, the embers of hope can ignite a wildfire of change. To the dreamers, the fighters, the ones who refuse to accept the world as it is, but dare to imagine it as it could be, this is your echo. This is your revolution. May your voices never be silenced, and may your actions forever resonate, shaping a future where the common good is not a fleeting ideal, but the very foundation upon which our world is built. For every family huddled against the indifferent sky, for every hand extended in solidarity, for every heart that beats with the fierce, unyielding rhythm of justice, this is for you. May it remind you that you are seen, you are heard, and you are never truly alone in the struggle for a better tomorrow. Chapter 1. The Gilded Cage. The city of Viridia wept. Not with the cathartic downpour of a cleansing storm, but with a persistent, melancholic drizzle that slicked the cobblestone streets into treacherous mirrors. Each drop seemed to carry the accumulated sorrow of a million unseen struggles. Alara, a wraith in the throng, moved through this weeping city, her own internal landscape a desolate echo of the sodden world around her. Her stomach, a hollow cavern, growled a relentless, gnawing protest. It was a sound so intimate, so constant, it had become a part of her own heartbeat. This primal hunger was a stark, brutal counterpoint to the dazzling, almost obscene, displays that lined the thoroughfares. Shop windows, meticulously crafted dioramas of unattainable desire, gleamed with polished chrome, shimmering silks, and exotic fruits flown in from lands Alara could only dream of. The very air seemed to vibrate with a low, unspoken resentment, a collective sigh suppressed beneath the veneer of enforced gaiety. This was the forced cheer of the elite, a brittle facade masking the rot that festered beneath. The olfactory assault was a constant, sickening reminder of Viridia's fractured soul. From the less affluent districts, the miasma of decay, dampness, uncollected refuse, the faint, metallic tang of desperation, clawed at the senses. This was a scent of slow surrender, of life clinging precariously to the edge. It was a stark, visceral contrast to the perfumed air that drifted from the wealthy enclaves, a heady mix of imported blossoms, expensive incense, and the cloying sweetness of manufactured happiness. This olfactory war waged on Alara's senses daily, a constant, stinging reminder of the invisible, yet utterly impenetrable, chasm that had cleaved their society into two irreconcilable worlds. It was a divide so profound, so deeply ingrained, it felt as immutable as the granite foundations of the city's soaring spires. Alara pulled the threadbare collar of her coat tighter, the damp wool offering scant protection against the pervasive chill that had settled not just in the air, but deep within her bones. The marketplace, once the vibrant heart of their district, now pulsed with a muted anxiety. The stalls, usually overflowing with the bounty of local farms, were sparsely populated. The colorful cacophony of merchants hawking their wares had been replaced by hushed, furtive exchanges, the rustle of worn coins exchanged with a reluctance that spoke volumes. 3 credits for a loaf. A woman whispered, her voice trembling as she clutched a meager sack of potatoes. Her eyes, hollowed by sleepless nights and gnawing worry, darted around as if expecting to be caught in an act of transgression. It was 1 credit last week. 1. Alara's own gaze fell upon a basket of plump, ruby-red apples, each one a miniature sun. They were a luxury, a forgotten indulgence. The vendor, a man whose face was etched with the same weary lines as everyone else's, caught her eye and gave a subtle shake of his head. Even the apples, once commonplace, now carried a price tag that would require a day's hard labor for Alara to afford. She saw it everywhere, the anxious faces, the subtle tightening of belts, the desperate attempts to maintain a semblance of normalcy in the face of mounting impossibility. Hushed conversations, barely audible above the city's low hum, spoke of families pawning heirlooms, cherished mementos passed down through generations, just to secure the next meal. A tarnished silver locket, a child's worn wooden toy, these were the currency of desperation, traded for fleeting relief from the gnawing emptiness. Alara's own purse felt impossibly light, the few meager coins within it a mocking reminder of her own precarious situation. She had come to the market with a sliver of hope, a desperate plea to her own resilience, that perhaps today, she would find something, anything, to ease the persistent ache. But the reality was a crushing weight. The vibrant hues of fresh produce, the promise of sustenance, were overshadowed by the dull, anemic faces of the shoppers, their hopes diminishing with each coin they reluctantly parted with. It was a scene of quiet devastation, played out daily under the indifferent gaze of the city's gleaming towers. Later, seeking a moment's respite from the relentless downpour and the gnawing emptiness, Alara found herself in a dimly lit cafe tucked away in a labyrinthine alley. The air was thick with the aroma of burnt coffee and stale tobacco, a scent that, paradoxically, offered a strange kind of comfort. It was here, in the hushed intimacy of the cafe, that she encountered him, an old scholar, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, his eyes holding a depth of sorrow and knowledge that seemed to predate the city itself. He nursed a single cup of lukewarm liquid, his gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. Drawn by an instinct she couldn't explain, Alara sat at an adjacent table, feigning interest in a tattered newspaper. The scholar, sensing her presence, or perhaps simply needing to unburden himself, turned to her. "They call it a downturn," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. "A recession, a market correction, pretty words for a predatory act." He spoke of unseen hands, of invisible strings being pulled in the shadowed boardrooms of the city's elite. He spoke of inflation, not as a natural economic phenomenon, but as a weapon, carefully calibrated to erode the value of savings, to inflate the cost of basic necessities. He spoke of price controls, not to protect the consumer, but to create artificial scarcity, driving up demand and, consequently, prices. He gestured with a gnarled hand, his voice gaining a surprising strength. "They are dismantling the middle class, piece by piece. A buffer, you see. A buffer between the opulent few and the struggling many. If there is no middle, there is no one to mediate, no one to question. Only the stark, brutal reality of extremes." He produced a stack of brittle, yellowed newspaper clippings and a crudely drawn chart. His fingers, stained with ink, traced patterns that spoke of manipulated markets, of suspiciously timed legislative changes, of corporate mergers that seemed to benefit only a select handful. He spoke of how the natural order of economic woes was anything but natural, how it was meticulously engineered. Alara listened, a knot of unease tightening in her chest. At first, his words sounded like the ravings of a paranoiac, the desperate pronouncements of someone who had lost too much. Yet, as he spoke, as his meticulous, if unsettling, logic unfolded, a seed of doubt began to sprout within her. A dangerous, yet compelling, seed. The natural order, the inevitable hardships, what if they were simply lies? What if the gnawing emptiness in her stomach, the fear that gripped her neighbors, was not a force of nature, but a deliberate design? Later, standing on a windswept pedestrian bridge, the perpetual drizzle plastering her hair to her forehead, Alara looked towards the city's skyline. It was a testament to human ambition, a forest of colossal skyscrapers that pierced the bruised, gray sky. Their sleek, modern lines, their glittering facades, spoke of power, of wealth, of an almost divine detachment from the world below. Within these towering fortresses, the oligarchs of Veridia lived lives of unimaginable opulence. Penthouse apartments, vast glass and steel areas, offered panoramic views of a city they seemed to own, bodies and souls. They were symbols, Alara thought, not just of wealth, but of unchecked, voracious accumulation. Her gaze drifted downwards, towards the shadows cast by these very giants. And there, huddled in the urban canyons, in the neglected spaces beneath the elevated train tracks, she saw them. Makeshift encampments of cardboard and salvaged tarpaulin, small fires flickering weakly against the encroaching gloom. These were the visible manifestations of the city's burgeoning homelessness crisis, the human flotsam washed ashore by the relentless tide of economic disparity. The sheer, jarring visual juxtaposition was a brutal metaphor. The gleaming spires of prosperity, so close, yet so utterly inaccessible, towering over the abject poverty of those who had been left behind. It was a stark, undeniable indictment of their society, a testament to the profound indifference of power. As Alara finally made her way back to her cramped, rented room, the weight of the day's observations pressed down on her, a physical burden. The air in her small dwelling was thick with the scent of mildew and stale air, a stark contrast to the perfumed breezes of the elite. The pervasive sense of injustice was no longer a distant hum, it was a palpable entity, a bitter taste that lingered long after the market's dwindling provisions had been consumed. Veridia, once a beacon of progress, a symbol of a bright future, now felt like a gilded cage. Its citizens, trapped within its glittering confines, were slowly suffocating, their dreams systematically eroded, their lives dictated by economic forces that seemed as cruel and unyielding as the perpetual rain, forces designed not to uplift, but to keep them perpetually struggling, perpetually reaching for a prosperity they would never grasp. The cage was beautiful, alluring even, but it was a cage nonetheless, and the bars were forged from empty pockets and broken promises. The market square, usually a riot of color and boisterous negotiation, was now a muted tableau of desperation. The usual chorus of vendors hawking their wares had devolved into a hushed murmur, a collective anxiety that clung to the damp air like a shroud. Alara watched as a woman haggled over the price of a single, withered cabbage, her voice thin and reedy. The vendor, a man whose shoulders seemed permanently slumped under an invisible weight, recited a figure that made the woman's face fall. She shook her head, a small, defeated gesture, and turned away, her basket still distressingly empty. This was not the market Alara remembered, the one that had been the beating heart of their district, a place where abundance flowed freely and the simple act of sustenance was a communal celebration. Now, it was a battlefield, fought with dwindling coins and eroding hope. Her own stomach churned, a dull ache that had become a constant companion. She had come with a sliver of hope, a desperate prayer that perhaps, just perhaps, today would offer some respite. But the scene before her was a stark confirmation of the whispers that had been circulating through the city's underbelly for weeks. The price of basic necessities had not just risen, it had ascended to astronomical heights, placing them far beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Bread, once a humble staple, a symbol of everyday sustenance, was now a luxury item. Alara's gaze fell upon a baker's stall, a small, almost apologetic display of loaves that seemed impossibly small and unnaturally dense. The baker, a burly man with flour permanently dusted on his brow, met her questioning look with a weary sigh. 3 credits for a standard loaf, lass, he said, his voice rough with disuse and a deeper sorrow. And that's the small one. The large ones, well, they're for those with deeper pockets. 3 credits. Alara's mind reeled. It was more than she earned in an entire day of backbreaking labor at the textile factory. 3 credits for a single loaf of bread. She recalled the days, not so long ago, when 2 or 3 loaves could be purchased for a single credit, enough to feed her family for days. Now, the very concept of feeding her family seemed like an insurmountable challenge. She overheard snatches of conversations around her, each one a tiny shard of pain that pierced her already fragile resolve. My grandmother's locket. I had to trade it, a young man confided to his friend, his voice thick with unshed tears. For a sack of flour. Just enough for a few meager meals. I sold my mother's shawl, a woman whispered, her eyes vacant as she stared at a stall piled high with overpriced, imported fruits. The one she knitted herself. It broke my heart, but what else could I do? The children were crying from hunger. Heirlooms, cherished mementos, symbols of family history and love, all reduced to currency, bartered for the fleeting relief of a temporarily sated stomach. The vibrant hues of fresh produce, the deep reds of apples, the earthy greens of leafy vegetables, the sunny yellows of ripe squashes, all seemed to mock her with their unattainable beauty. They were vibrant reminders of a past abundance, now overshadowed by the dull, anxious faces of the shoppers, their eyes hollowed by a gnawing fear that was becoming as pervasive as the city's incessant drizzle. Each coin that was reluctantly parted with seemed to carry the weight of a diminishing hope, a testament to the slow, insidious erosion of their lives. Alara's own purse felt impossibly light, the few meager coins within it a mocking testament to her own precarious situation. She had come to the market with a sliver of hope, a desperate plea to her own resilience, that perhaps today, she would find something, anything, to ease the persistent ache in her stomach. But the reality was a crushing weight, a suffocating blanket of despair. The vibrant hues of fresh produce, the promise of sustenance, were overshadowed by the dull, anemic faces of the shoppers, their hopes diminishing with each coin they reluctantly parted with. It was a scene of quiet devastation, played out daily under the indifferent gaze of the city's soaring, gleaming towers. The medicine stall was no different. Bottles of tinctures and poultices, once accessible remedies for common ailments, were now priced as if they were elixirs of life, each vial costing more than a week's wages. An elderly woman, her hands trembling as she clutched a small, empty bottle, pleaded with the apothecary. "Please," she crooned, her voice raspy with a cough that shook her frail body. "Just a little something for the fever. My grandson." The apothecary, a man whose face was ashen and drawn, shook his head sadly. "I cannot, madam. The cost of ingredients has more than doubled. I myself am struggling to keep my own family fed. I wish I could help, but," his voice trailed off, the unspoken implication hanging heavy in the air, the cost of compassion had become too high. Alara saw a young mother, her face etched with a terror that went beyond mere financial worry, trying to buy a small packet of feverfew for her ailing child. The price quoted was astronomical. Tears welled in the mother's eyes as she rummaged through her worn satchel, pulling out a few coppers and a single, tarnished silver coin. It wasn't enough. The apothecary, hardened by 1,000 similar scenes, simply shook his head. The mother let out a choked sob, her shoulders slumping as she gathered her child closer, her face a mask of despair. Alara's heart ached. She knew that woman. They lived in the same tenement building, 2 floors down. The child, a sweet, rosy-cheeked boy named Finn, had been vibrant just days ago. Now, the specter of illness, coupled with the crushing inability to afford even the simplest remedies, was a grim premonition. The air around the market was thick with the scent of decay, not just from the meager offerings, but from the slow, creeping rot of despair that had settled over the populace. It was a smell that Alara knew intimately, the scent of hunger, of desperation, of a society slowly unraveling from the inside out. This was the tangible price of bread, of medicine, of basic survival, in a city that was rapidly transforming from a beacon of progress into a gilded cage, its bars forged from inflated prices and manufactured scarcity. The cheerful facades of the city's elite, the opulent displays in their shop windows, seemed a cruel, mocking counterpoint to the quiet agony unfolding in the market square. Each purchase made, each coin exchanged, was a testament not to prosperity, but to a desperate struggle for existence. The once vibrant marketplace had become a somber testament to the widening chasm between the haves and the have-nots, a stark reminder that for many, the dream of a better life was being systematically dismantled, one inflated price at a time. Alara turned away from the stalls, the image of the distressed mother and her sick child seared into her mind. The gnawing emptiness in her stomach felt like a physical manifestation of the city's economic sickness. She understood now, with a chilling clarity, the scholar's words in the dimly lit cafe. This was not an accident. This was not an unfortunate turn of fate. This was a deliberate unraveling, a carefully orchestrated descent into hardship for the many, designed to solidify the power and opulence of the few. The price of bread was not just a number. It was a symbol, a stark, irrefutable indicator of a society that had lost its way, a society that had sacrificed its people on the altar of unchecked greed. The weight of this realization was almost unbearable, a crushing burden that settled upon her shoulders, heavier than the damp wool of her threadbare coat. She walked away from the market, the hushed, anxious whispers of the shoppers following her like a mournful chorus, a soundtrack to the slow, agonizing death of Veridia's communal spirit. The city, once a symbol of hope, was now a testament to the crushing realities of economic inequality, its glittering towers casting long, dark shadows over the lives of those trapped beneath. The air in the cafe was thick with the cloying sweetness of cheap coffee and the stale aroma of yesterday's regrets. It was a haven of sorts, a refuge from the relentless drizzle that seemed to have become Veridia's permanent atmospheric state. Alara had sought it out more for the promise of a few moments of solitude than for the lukewarm beverage she'd ordered. She found a corner table, tucked away from the sparse clientele, and watched the condensation trail down the grimy windowpane. The market square's quiet devastation still echoed in her mind, the desperate faces and hollow eyes a stark contrast to the glittering towers that pierced the perpetually gray sky. The scholar was already there, a figure hunched over a table laden with papers, his white hair a disheveled halo in the dim light. He looked up as she approached, his eyes, magnified by thick spectacles, holding a flicker of recognition, then a weary resignation. Another one seeking answers in the ruins. His voice was a dry rasp, like leaves skittering across a deserted street. He gestured to the empty chair opposite him. Sit, if you wish. Though I doubt even this stale brew can offer much solace. Alara hesitated, the unease he radiated a palpable force. Yet, something in his despondent gaze, a shared understanding of the city's deepening decay, drew her in. She sat, her threadbare coat still damp, and offered a small, uncertain smile. I confess, I'm looking for context, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. The market today, it was worse than usual. The prices. The scholar let out a short, humorless laugh. Prices. Yes, the prices. A charming euphemism, isn't it? As if they simply rise, of their own accord, like mist from a swamp. As if they are governed by some immutable, natural law. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing, and for a moment, the weary resignation was replaced by a sharp, almost dangerous intensity. But they are not, child. They are guided, sculpted, manipulated. He reached for a stack of papers, his fingers, gnarled with age and disuse, fumbling slightly. He sorted through them with a practiced air, his gaze fixed on some unseen point beyond Alara's shoulder. You see the scarcity, don't you? The phantom shortages, the way basic necessities, bread, medicine, fuel, seem to vanish, only to reappear at triple the cost. The market square, the very heart of our community, reduced to a stage for desperate haggling. It's a symphony of manufactured hardship. Alara frowned, a flicker of her earlier disbelief resurfacing. She had heard whispers, of course, hushed conversations in back alleys and hushed tones in the factory break rooms, but she had dismissed them as the ramblings of the perpetually disgruntled, the conspiracy theorists who saw shadowy figures behind every closed door. But, how? Who would want to do such a thing? And why? The scholar tapped a brittle finger on a yellowed newspaper clipping. The who is as old as avarice itself. The why is simple, consolidation. Power. The relentless drive to ensure that the gilded towers remain gilded, even as the foundations crumble beneath them. He paused, lowering his voice as if the very walls had ears. They prune the branches to strengthen the trunk. He pushed a crudely drawn chart across the table. It depicted two lines, one steadily ascending, marked with symbols for essential goods, and another, a jagged, descending line representing the average citizen's purchasing power. This, he declared, his voice rising with a touch of passion, is not the natural ebb and flow of commerce. This is a deliberate act. They tighten the purse strings of the many to swell the coffers of the few. They create an artificial scarcity, driving up demand and, consequently, prices. Then, they offer their own solutions, their own expensive goods, their own controlled distribution networks, at a premium, of course. They pit us against each other, fighting for scraps while they feast. Alara stared at the chart, a cold dread beginning to unfurl in her stomach, a sensation distinct from hunger. The lines seemed to represent not just numbers, but lives stretched thin, lives broken. But, the city council, the guilds, they are supposed to regulate such things. The scholar scoffed, a harsh, guttural sound. Regulate, they are complicit. Or worse, they are the architects. Think, child, Have you noticed how the emergency tariffs always seem to benefit the same few corporations? How the subsidies for innovation always seem to end up in the hands of those already at the pinnacle? They frame it as progress, as necessary economic adjustment, but it is a systematic dismantling of the middle ground. They are pushing everyone into two camps, the providers and the provided for, the masters and the servants. He produced another clipping, this one even older, a faded photograph of a bustling market square, not unlike the one Alara had just left, but brimming with an almost unbelievable abundance. This was Viridia, not so long ago. A place where hard work yielded a comfortable life, where a craftsman could raise a family with dignity, where a single loaf of bread was just that, bread, not a symbol of insurmountable debt. He traced the outline of the smiling faces in the photograph. These people, they had agency, they had choices. Now, he gestured vaguely towards the window, towards the city beyond. Now, their choices are limited to which indignity they will suffer next. A younger man at a nearby table, who had been nursing a single cup of coffee for the past hour, looked over, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The scholar, sensing the potential for wider dissemination, lowered his voice again, though his gaze remained fixed on Alara. They foster dependence. If you are constantly struggling for survival, if your every waking moment is consumed by the acquisition of basic necessities, you have no time, no energy, for dissent. No capacity to question. You become so focused on staying afloat that you forget how to swim. You forget that the water was deliberately muddied. He picked up a small, intricately carved wooden bird, a relic of a time when artisans could afford such luxuries. This was made by a man I knew. A woodcarver. His skill was renowned. He used to sell these for a modest profit. Enough to live well, to send his children to school. Now, his workshop is boarded up. He volunteered for the reclamation project in the outer sectors. No one asks what that truly means. Alara felt a knot tighten in her chest. The story of the woodcarver resonated with a chilling familiarity. She thought of her own father, a skilled cobbler, whose business had dwindled to almost nothing before his passing, his spirit broken by the relentless rise of mass-produced, shoddy footwear from unregulated factories. She had always assumed it was simply the march of progress, the inevitable obsolescence of traditional crafts. But the scholar's words suggested a darker, more deliberate force at play. But, if this is all true, Alara ventured, her voice trembling slightly, why hasn't anyone stopped it? Why are people so accepting? Acceptance is cultivated, the scholar replied, his gaze steady and knowing. Through propaganda, through carefully curated narratives that blame external factors, a bad harvest, a global recession, the unpredictable nature of the free market. They control the information, Alara. The news cycles, the public forums, the very language we use to describe our reality. They call it economic adjustment, but it's a calculated reduction of choice. They call it efficiency, but it's the outsourcing of well-being. He rummaged through his papers again, his movements deliberate. He found a folded pamphlet, its edges frayed. This is from 10 years ago. Viridia's vision. Prosperity for all through managed growth. Notice the emphasis on managed. It implies control. And who does the managing? He tapped his own chest with a bony finger. Those who benefit from the management. He slid the pamphlet towards her. Alara picked it up. The glossy paper and optimistic slogans seemed impossibly distant from the grim reality of the market square. They talk about trickle-down economics, the scholar continued, his voice laced with derision. A lovely concept. The idea that wealth, like water, will eventually flow from the top down. But what they practice is trickle-up destruction. They siphon the resources from the bottom, leaving nothing to trickle anywhere but into their own ever-expanding reservoirs. He then pulled out a series of seemingly random receipts and invoices, juxtaposed with old price lists from grocery stores and apothecaries. The sheer volume of documentation was overwhelming, a testament to his years of observation. Look here, he said, pointing to a column of figures. Before the Great Reorganization, A week's worth of basic provisions for a family of 4 cost roughly 12 credits. Now, it's closer to 40, and that's if you can even find them. The wages, however, have barely budged for the majority. Factory workers, laborers, artisans, their earning potential has been systematically capped, while the cost of existence has been allowed to skyrocket. Alara traced the numbers with her finger, a growing sense of nausea washing over her. It wasn't just a theoretical construct, it was a tangible, devastating arithmetic. The scholar was detailing a deliberate, intricate web of economic warfare, waged not with bombs and bullets, but with fluctuating prices and manufactured shortages. They have mastered the art of psychological warfare through economics, he mused, his gaze distant. They create a pervasive sense of anxiety, of insecurity. When people are constantly worried about their next meal, their next rent payment, their next dose of medicine, they become pliable. They are less likely to rock the boat, less likely to question authority. They are too busy trying to survive. He pushed a handful of tattered photographs across the table. They depicted individuals, men and women with earnest, hopeful faces. These are the faces of small business owners, of independent artisans, of skilled laborers. People who, a decade ago, were the backbone of our city. They believed in the promise of Veridia. They worked hard, they contributed. And then, the reforms came. New regulations that were impossible for them to meet. Tax hikes that were designed to cripple. Subsidies that were only available to the largest conglomerates. One by one, their livelihoods were extinguished. Their businesses were acquired for pennies on the credit by the very corporations that had lobbied for the new regulations. Alara felt a tremor run through her. She recognized some of the faces from her own neighborhood, faces she hadn't seen in years, faces that had vanished as silently as smoke. The proud baker with his perpetually flour-dusted apron, the jovial butcher who always gave the children a sliver of sausage, the seamstress whose nimble fingers could mend any tear. Where were they now? The scholar's words painted a grim, undeniable picture. It's a slow strangulation, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. They don't want outright rebellion. That's messy. They prefer a gradual erosion, a slow suffocation. They create an environment where only the largest, most resilient entities can survive. And those entities, of course, are the ones they control, or the ones who control them. He picked up his lukewarm coffee and took a desultory sip. Think about the news. How often do you hear about the struggles of ordinary citizens? How often do you see reports detailing the exorbitant profits of the major corporations, the offshore accounts of the city's elite? The media, too, is a tool. It's designed to distract, to entertain, to pacify. It keeps you focused on the trivial, the sensational, while the real mechanisms of power operate unseen. Alara's mind reeled. The scholar's words were a torrent, a deluge of information that threatened to drown her. Initially, she had sought simple explanations for the economic hardship, a natural fluctuation, a temporary downturn. But he was presenting a vision of deliberate, systematic plunder. The gilded cage was not just a metaphor for her city, it was a carefully constructed prison, built with economic policies and enforced by manufactured scarcity. So, what can be done? She asked, the question escaping her lips before she could fully form it. The scholar's disillusionment was profound, but within his words, Alara sensed a faint ember of defiance. He looked at her, and for the first time, a genuine, albeit sad, smile touched his lips. You are asking. That, my dear, is the first step. The moment people stop accepting the narrative, the moment they begin to question, the moment they start to look beyond the shimmering facade and see the bars. That is when the cage begins to weaken. He tapped the stack of papers. Knowledge is the first tool of liberation. Understand the mechanisms of your oppression, and you have taken the first step towards dismantling them. He pushed the wooden bird towards her. Take this. A reminder of what was. And a symbol of what could be again, if enough of us dare to see the strings. Alara reached out and took the intricately carved bird. It felt smooth and cool in her hand, a tangible piece of a forgotten past. The scholar's theories, his charts and clippings, his weary pronouncements, they were no longer just the ramblings of a disillusioned old man. A seed of doubt, once planted, had begun to sprout, its tendrils reaching into the very core of her understanding. The economic woes of Veridia were not an accident of fate. They were a meticulously orchestrated design, a whispered manipulation woven into the very fabric of their lives, all to maintain the gilded cage for the few, and to ensure its bars remained invisible to those trapped within. The whispers in the market square had been just the beginning. Now, she heard a different kind of whisper, a quieter, more insidious one, emanating from the dimly lit corners of a forgotten cafe. And it was a whisper that had the power to awaken the city. The rain had ceased its insistent drumming against the cafe window, leaving behind a slick, glistening sheen that mirrored the city's subdued but persistent opulence. Alara, the small wooden bird clutched in her palm, felt the weight of the scholar's words settling upon her like a shroud. She looked out, her gaze drawn by an almost magnetic pull towards the city's majestic, yet menacing, skyline. The colossal skyscrapers, impossibly tall and impossibly slender, seemed to claw at the perpetually overcast sky, their upper reaches lost in a swirling mist that seemed to cling to them like a second skin. These weren't just buildings, they were monuments to an ambition that had long since outgrown empathy, fortresses of an elite class whose wealth was as boundless as their detachment. Sunlight, a rare and precious commodity in Veridia, managed to breach the clouds in fleeting, ethereal shafts, catching the polished chrome and glass of the upper floors, transforming them into blinding beacons of impossible luxury. Each glint, each shimmer, was a silent testament to fortunes amassed, to deals struck in hushed boardrooms, to the relentless machinations that had hoisted a select few to a stratospheric existence. Penthouse suites, advertised with whispered promises of unparalleled views and unrivaled security, were the opulent aeries of the city's oligarchs, the unseen architects of the economic disparities the scholar had so vividly laid bare. They lived above the clouds, literally and figuratively, their lives a stark counterpoint to the gritty realities that churned below. But it was not the glittering apex of these structures that held Alara's attention, nor the imagined lives of those who inhabited them. Her gaze, tinged with a new understanding, drifted downwards, tracing the sheer, unyielding facades. And there, in the deep, perpetual shadows cast by these gargantuan titans, she saw them. Huddled in the lee of colossal concrete foundations, clustered against the cold, indifferent metal of access tunnels, were the makeshift encampments. They were stark, sprawling constellations of salvaged materials, corrugated iron sheets, tattered tarpaulins, stacked cardboard boxes, and discarded plastic sheeting. These were the ignoble shelters of the city's dispossessed, the visible symptom of Veridia's deepening societal fracture. The contrast was not merely visual, it was visceral. It was the starkest of juxtapositions, a brutal illustration of a city divided, not by its geography, but by its economic chasm. The shimmering towers represented the apex of achievement, the ultimate prize in a game of ruthless acquisition. The encampments, however, represented the consequence, the human cost of that relentless pursuit of wealth. They were the forgotten underbelly, the shadows that proved the existence of the blinding light, the tangible evidence of a burgeoning homelessness crisis that the city's elite seemed determined to ignore, or perhaps, had simply learned to filter out. Alara found herself staring at a particularly large encampment, a sprawling canvas of muted browns and grays, punctuated by the occasional splash of a faded, discarded garment or a child's bright, albeit grimy, toy. Figures moved within the labyrinthine alleys of tents and shelters, silhouetted against the weak, diffused light of the afternoon. These were the people whose purchasing power had been systematically dismantled, whose livelihoods had been extinguished, whose only remaining recourse was to seek refuge in the very shadows cast by the symbols of their oppressors' prosperity. They were a living, breathing refutation of the prosperity for all rhetoric, a stark reminder that for every gleaming tower, there was a shadow of destitution. The scholar had spoken of manufactured scarcity, of deliberate economic manipulation, of pruning the branches to strengthen the trunk. Looking at the city, at the audacious height of the towers juxtaposed with the squalid settlements at their feet, Alara understood this metaphor with a chilling clarity. The wealth concentrated at the top was not merely accumulating, it was actively drawing resources from the bottom, leaving behind only the detritus. The homelessness crisis was not an unfortunate byproduct of progress. It was, she now suspected, an intentional outcome, a necessary sacrifice on the altar of unchecked oligarchic power. The more people who were stripped of their security, their homes, their very dignity, the less likely they were to have the energy or the means to question the system that had rendered them invisible. She saw a young woman, her face etched with weariness beyond her years, emerge from a flimsy tent, carrying a pail towards a communal water spigot. Her movements were economical, efficient, born of a routine that was likely dictated by sheer survival. A few yards away, a sleek, black vehicle, its windows tinted to an impenetrable darkness, glided silently down a wide, clean avenue that seemed to have been carved out specifically to offer an unimpeded view of the towers, deliberately bypassing the periphery where the encampments festered. The contrast was almost obscene. The vehicle, a symbol of extreme privilege and effortless mobility, moved through a city where so many were rooted to the spot, their lives confined to the shadows, their journeys limited to the desperate scramble for subsistence. The sheer visual disparity was a potent metaphor, a powerful, albeit grim, piece of social commentary etched onto the cityscape. It spoke of a societal breakdown, a rupture in the fabric of community that had allowed such extremes to coexist without apparent shame or intervention. The indifference of power was not just a passive absence of empathy, it was an active force, a deliberate blindness that allowed the opulent fortresses to remain untouched by the suffering at their base. The oligarchs, cocooned in their gilded cages, were perhaps not entirely unaware of the encampments, but they had perfected the art of not seeing, of not acknowledging the human cost of their elevated status. The shadows were simply an inconvenience, a smudge on the otherwise perfect vista, something to be ignored, or worse, to be legislated out of existence. Alara's hand tightened around the wooden bird. It was a small thing, intricately carved, a relic from a time when such craftsmanship was valued, when the skills of artisans like its maker were sufficient to afford them a life of quiet dignity. Now, its maker, like so many others, was likely lost to the same system that had created the gleaming towers and the sprawling slums. The bird was a reminder of a lost past, but also, as the scholar had suggested, a symbol of what could be. But seeing the city laid out before her, the physical manifestation of the scholar's economic dissection, the task of reclaiming that lost past, of rebuilding what had been systematically dismantled, seemed monumental, almost impossibly so. The rain had nearly washed the streets clean, revealing the stark, unvarnished truth beneath. The city, once a beacon of opportunity, now seemed like a carefully constructed stage, the shimmering towers the backdrop for a play of wealth and power, and the encampments the unseen, inconvenient props in the wings. Alara had come seeking answers, and the scholar had provided them in a deluge of grim statistics and bitter pronouncements. Now, looking at the city's skyline, at the ostentatious display of wealth and the equally ostentatious display of poverty, she felt not just informed, but profoundly unsettled. The gilded cage was not just an abstract concept, it was a physical reality, a city built on a foundation of human disparity, its glittering spires casting impossibly long shadows over those who had been left behind. And the silence of the oligarchs, the silence of the city's governing bodies, was the most deafening sound of all, a testament to their complicity in this grand, devastating performance. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that the scholar's whispered truths were the only real currency left in Viridia, and that her journey, now, was to find others who were willing to listen. The descent from the marketplace was a physical, almost spiritual, descent. With each step down the winding, refuse-strewn alleyways, Alara felt the oppressive weight of the day's revelations pressing down on her. The vibrant chaos of the market, with its cacophony of desperate bartering and its fleeting glimpses of ingenuity born of necessity, had offered a temporary distraction from the cold, hard truths. But now, as the sounds of commerce faded behind her, replaced by the hollow echoes of her own footsteps and the distant, mournful groan of overburdened transport vehicles, the scholar's words settled back into the quiet corners of her mind, their sharp edges honed by the reality she had witnessed. The wooden bird, still clutched tightly in her hand, felt less like a potential symbol of hope and more like a fragile, forgotten relic from a time when life had a different rhythm, a different set of values. Her rented room, a cramped space barely larger than a closet, was a familiar embrace of worn textiles and the faint scent of stale air. The single, grimy window offered a sliver of the city's bruised twilight sky, a perpetual canvas of muted grays and bruised purples that offered no solace. The scholar had spoken of a system that pruned the branches to strengthen the trunk, and as Alara surveyed her sparse surroundings, the thin mattress, the chipped earthenware bowl, the single, flickering lumen lamp, she understood the metaphor with a chilling, visceral clarity. This was not merely living. It was existing on the carefully curated fringes, a constant, low-level struggle for survival designed to keep the majority tethered to the ground, their aspirations systematically pruned away to nourish the insatiable growth of the few. The city, once a shimmering promise of progress and opportunity, now felt like a meticulously crafted trap. Its citizens, like insects caught in amber, were preserved in a state of perpetual striving, their dreams eroded not by misfortune, but by the deliberate architecture of an economic system designed to ensure their perpetual subservience. The opportunity Veridia purported to offer was a mirage, a cruel illusion designed to placate and distract, while the actual levers of power were held by unseen hands, manipulating the very foundations of the city's prosperity. The constant hum of industry, the distant glow of corporate towers, the sleek, silent vehicles that glided along their designated arteries, these were not signs of a thriving metropolis, but the outward manifestations of a deeply ingrained inequality, the polished chrome facade of a gilded cage. Alara remembered the scholar's impassioned lecture, his voice a low, resonant thunder against the carefully controlled calm of the hidden archive. He had spoken of manufactured scarcity, of how essential resources, from basic foodstuffs to vital medical supplies, were deliberately kept from the general populace, creating artificial shortages that drove up prices and intensified competition for the meager offerings. This wasn't the natural ebb and flow of supply and demand, it was a calculated strategy, a form of economic warfare waged against the very people who fueled the city's engine. The desperation she had witnessed in the market, the hurried transactions, the furtive glances, the palpable anxiety that permeated the air, it was all a direct consequence of this engineered scarcity. The oligarchs, ensconced in their sky-high eyries, were not merely beneficiaries of this system, they were its architects, their wealth a direct product of the systematic impoverishment of others. She recalled the scholar's description of the perpetual simmer. It wasn't enough to simply keep people poor. The system required a constant undercurrent of anxiety, a gnawing fear that kept them focused on immediate survival, preventing them from looking up, from questioning the status quo. The small victories, a slightly larger ration of grain, a temporary reprieve from a crippling debt, a fleeting moment of community solidarity, were like tiny embers in the prevailing darkness, enough to prevent outright despair, but never enough to ignite a true rebellion. These embers were carefully managed, sometimes even fanned by minor concessions from the ruling class, designed to create the illusion of progress, of a system that could be influenced, while in reality, the fundamental power structures remained unyielding. Alara felt that simmer within her own bones, a low-grade unease that had been her constant companion, but now, thanks to the scholar, she could name it, understand its origins, and recognize its insidious purpose. The scholar had used another potent analogy, that of a carefully tended garden, where certain plants were allowed to flourish, their vibrant blooms and abundant fruits serving as a testament to the gardener's skill, while others were ruthlessly uprooted, their potential stifled before it could even manifest. The successful plants, in Veridia's case, were the corporations, the financial institutions, the select few whose enterprises contributed directly to the wealth of the oligarchs. The uprooted plants were the small businesses that couldn't compete, the independent artisans whose skills were no longer valued, the innovative minds whose ideas were too disruptive to the established order. Alara thought of the intricate wooden bird in her hand. Its maker, like so many others, represented the uprooted, their craft and their livelihood deemed irrelevant in a world that valued only profit margins and exponential growth. The injustice of it all gnawed at her. It wasn't just the poverty, the hunger, the precariousness of existence. It was the deliberate cruelty of a system that seemed to delight in the subjugation of its own people. The scholar had alluded to a chilling aspect of this control, the gradual erosion of hope. When people lose the belief that a better future is possible, When their dreams are systematically dismantled and replaced by the harsh realities of their present, they become pliable, manageable. The constant struggle for basic necessities, the relentless pressure to conform, the pervasive sense of powerlessness, these were the tools used to extinguish the spark of individual agency, leaving behind a population that was not merely oppressed, but fundamentally resigned. Alara looked out the window again, the sliver of sky now a deeper, more impenetrable shade of darkness. She imagined the lives being lived in the towering structures that pierced that sky, lives of unimaginable comfort and privilege, where scarcity was an abstract concept, a distant rumor. The scholar had explained that this separation was not accidental, it was actively maintained. The physical distance between the oligarchs and the populace mirrored the vast gulf in their understanding of the world, their priorities, their very humanity. They did not share the same streets, the same air, the same anxieties. This deliberate segregation fostered a profound lack of empathy, an inability to comprehend the suffering that lay at the base of their opulent existence. For them, the city's problems were distant, abstract, easily dismissed or dealt with through sterile, impersonal policies. The scholar had also spoken of the psychological toll, the insidious way the system chipped away at self-worth. When every aspect of life is a struggle, when success is an unattainable myth, and failure is a constant threat, individuals can begin to internalize the blame. They might start to believe they are inherently flawed, that their poverty is a reflection of their own inadequacies rather than the result of systemic manipulation. This self-doubt was another powerful tool of control, ensuring that any potential dissent was weakened by internal conflict, by a sense of personal failing. Alara felt a flicker of that self-doubt now, a whisper of, "What can I, one person, possibly do?" It was a voice she had to consciously silence, to push back against the insidious logic of despair. The scholar had challenged this narrative of inevitable suffering. He had argued that Veridia's current state was not an accident of history or an unavoidable consequence of progress, but a deliberate choice, a product of specific decisions made by those in power. The system was not an organic entity, it was a construct, and like any construct, it could be deconstructed and rebuilt. This was the core of his message, the fragile seed of hope he had planted amidst the fertile ground of despair. But the sheer scale of the edifice of power, the entrenched nature of the oligarchs' control, made the task seem Herculean. As she prepared to sleep, the thin mattress offering little comfort, Alara considered the scholar's parting words, his quiet intensity burning in her memory. The greatest poverty, he had said, his gaze steady, is the poverty of imagination. When we can no longer conceive of a different way of living, we are truly lost. He had urged her to seek out others, to find those who still harbored that spark of imagination, that refusal to accept the status quo. It was a daunting prospect. In a city designed to foster isolation and suspicion, finding like-minded individuals felt like searching for a single, untarnished jewel in a mountain of slag. The wooden bird, nestled beside her on the meager pillow, felt like a promise. It was a testament to human skill, to dedication, to the ability to create beauty and value through labor. It was a tangible reminder that such things were still possible, even in a world that seemed determined to commodify and corrupt everything. The scholar had spoken of resistance not just in grand, sweeping gestures, but in the quiet refusal to surrender, in the preservation of dignity, in the small acts of defiance that chipped away at the monolithic power of the system. Alara held onto that thought as sleep finally began to claim her, the lingering taste of injustice a bitter, yet somehow galvanizing, companion. The gilded cage was real, its bars forged from economic disparity and psychological manipulation, but perhaps, just perhaps, the locks were not as impenetrable as they seemed. The night was long, and the city slept, oblivious to the nascent stirrings of discontent that the scholar had awakened within a single, ordinary woman. Chapter 2. The cracks appear. The descent from the marketplace had been more than just a physical journey down the refuse-strewn alleyways. It had been a descent into a deeper understanding of Veridia's carefully constructed reality. The scholar's words, sharp and precise, had carved through the comforting illusions Alara had clung to. Now, in the cramped confines of her rented room, the city's bruised twilight sky offered no comfort, only a muted reflection of the desolation she felt. The metaphor of the pruned branches, the insatiable trunk, the manufactured scarcity, these weren't abstract concepts anymore. They were the chipped earthenware bowl, the flickering lumen lamp, the gnawing hunger that was a constant companion. The city, once a beacon of progress, now felt like a cage, its inhabitants like insects trapped in amber, their aspirations systematically eroded. The oligarchy, ensconced in their sky-high towers, were the architects of this gilded cage, their wealth built on the engineered poverty of the masses. The perpetual simmer of anxiety, the subtle erosion of self-worth, the deliberate pruning of hope, these were the tools that kept the populace manageable, resigned. But within that resignation, the scholar had planted a seed, the idea that this system was not immutable, that imagination, the ability to conceive of a different way, was the most potent form of resistance. The wooden bird in her hand, a testament to human skill, was a fragile promise against the overwhelming edifice of power. The next few cycles were marked by a subtle shift in Alara's perception. The city, once a monolithic entity of gleaming towers and shadowed alleys, began to resolve into its constituent parts, revealing the frayed seams and the growing cracks beneath its polished surface. It started with the public transports, the ubiquitous communal tubes that snaked through the city's arteries. Previously, they had been arenas of polite, if weary, silence. Now, the air thrummed with an almost palpable tension. A misplaced elbow, a moment of hesitant indecision at the fare station, a delayed door closure, any minor disruption, any friction point, could ignite a spark of raw frustration. Alara witnessed a woman, her face etched with the perpetual worry of making ends meet, lash out with surprising venom at a young man who had inadvertently jostled her bag, spilling a few meager provisions onto the grimy floor. The outburst wasn't merely an overreaction, it was an eruption, a pent-up dam of stress finally bursting. The young man, equally harried, shot back with a barrage of weary accusations, his voice hoarse with a fatigue that went beyond physical exertion. The other passengers, instead of offering the usual muted apologies or hurried departures, watched with a flicker of shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the frayed nerves that bound them all. The conductor, a stoic figure who usually maintained an impassive facade, seemed to sigh more deeply, his gaze lingering for a fraction of a second too long on the raw display of emotion. It wasn't just the transports. The queues, those endless lines that snaked from ration depots, civic service centers, and even the few remaining artisanal bakeries, had always been a testament to Veridia's system of managed scarcity. But now, the atmosphere within them had thickened. The practiced patience, the resigned stoicism that had once characterized these gatherings, was giving way. Conversations, when they occurred, were rarely about the weather or the latest sanctioned entertainment broadcasts. Instead, they were laced with undertones of discontent. Whispers of impossible price hikes, of dwindling supplies of essential medicines, of bureaucratic hurdles that seemed deliberately designed to frustrate, circulated like a contagion. Alara overheard a group of laborers, their faces grimy and their clothes worn thin, speaking in hushed, urgent tones about a planned work slowdown in one of the lower-tier manufacturing sectors. Their words were punctuated by bitter laughter, a sound devoid of genuine mirth, more a desperate exhalation of shared misery. One of them, a burly man with calloused hands, jabbed a finger towards the distant, gleaming spires of the corporate sector. "They think we're just cogs," he spat, his voice rough. "But even cogs can seize up." The others nodded, their expressions grim. There was a new solidarity forming in these shared grievances, a nascent recognition that their individual struggles were not isolated incidents but part of a larger, systemic problem. Alara saw it in the eyes of her neighbors in the cramped tenement block. The forced smiles, once an attempt to maintain a facade of polite civility, now seemed to waver, revealing the deep well of weariness beneath. Old Mrs. Petrova, who always greeted Alara with a polite nod and a brief comment about the recycled air, now often met her gaze with a vacant stare, her lips barely moving. When she did speak, her voice was thin, reedy, and often trailing off mid-sentence, as if the effort of articulation was too much to bear. One evening, as Alara was returning, she saw Mrs. Petrova sitting on the worn steps outside her door, staring blankly at the flickering lumen lamp. "Everything feels so heavy, child," she'd murmured, her voice barely audible. The air, the work, the waiting. It all just presses down. There was no anger in her tone, only a profound, soul-deep exhaustion, a resignation that was more chilling than any outburst. Even those who tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy seemed to struggle. Kale, the young man who ran the small synth food stall at the corner of their block, usually had a ready joke or a friendly quip. But lately, his cheerfulness felt brittle, like thin ice over deep water. He'd been complaining about the latest supply chain disruptions, his words laced with a sarcasm that hinted at a deeper disbelief. Another shipment of nutrient paste delayed, he'd said to Alara, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Must be the spontaneous atmospheric anomalies, again. Or maybe the Sky Lords just needed a bit more sparkle for their towers. His attempt at humor fell flat, replaced by a palpable bitterness that Alara hadn't heard from him before. He was trying to keep his head above water, to provide a small comfort to his customers, but the strain was evident. His movements were more jerky, his eyes darted more frequently towards the street, as if expecting an unseen threat. This widespread discontent, previously a subtle undercurrent, a mere backdrop to the city's relentless churn, was beginning to feel like a tangible force. It was like a low-frequency hum, a vibration felt more than heard, emanating from the very foundations of Veridia. Alara found herself becoming acutely aware of these subtle shifts. She started to notice the way people's shoulders slumped a little lower, the way their glances lingered a moment longer on the opulent advertisements that plastered the transport walls, showcasing a life of effortless abundance that felt utterly alien. The polite deference that had characterized interactions between those of different strata was fraying. A corporate executive, once able to glide through public spaces with an aura of untouchable authority, now sometimes met with averted eyes, or worse, thinly veiled resentment. The scholar's words about the perpetual simmer resonated with a new urgency. It wasn't just about keeping people poor, it was about keeping them stressed, anxious, and perpetually on edge. This constant state of unease, Alara realized, was a deliberate strategy to prevent critical thought, to keep individuals focused on the immediate, the visceral struggle for survival, rather than the abstract, the systemic. But the simmer was beginning to bubble. The minor concessions, the carefully managed embers that the system used to prevent outright despair, no longer seemed sufficient. They were like damp kindling on a growing fire. The sheer weight of shared hardship was starting to forge connections, to create a common language of complaint and frustration. Alara recalled the scholar's analogy of the carefully tended garden. The flourishing plants of corporate success and oligarchic wealth were still there, their opulence stark against the parched earth of the populace. But now, she saw the weeds growing more vigorously at their base, the roots of discontent spreading, threatening to choke the carefully cultivated order. The system, designed to keep the majority subservient, was inadvertently creating the conditions for its own disruption. By pushing people to the brink, by systematically pruning away their hope and dignity, the oligarchs had inadvertently forged a new kind of resilience, a desperate strength born of absolute necessity. She started to see small acts of defiance, previously unnoticed, now amplified by her changed perception. A street vendor, selling cheap, recycled trinkets, subtly altering a price tag, offering a discount to a fellow resident with a knowing wink. A group of children, instead of playing the sanctioned holographic games, gathered in a hidden alcove, drawing crude caricatures of the city's most powerful figures on discarded scraps of packaging. These weren't organized protests, not yet. They were micro-rebellions, tiny acts of subversion that chipped away at the monolithic facade of control. They were the first tremors, the subtle shudders that indicated a fault line was widening beneath the city's seemingly unshakable foundations. The weariness Alara had observed wasn't just a passive acceptance of fate, it was a quiet rebellion in itself. It was the exhaustion of a system that demanded constant effort for negligible reward. It was the fatigue of carrying the weight of manufactured scarcity and engineered anxiety. And in that shared weariness, a new kind of energy was beginning to coalesce. It was the energy of people who had nothing left to lose, who were tired of the polite lies and the hollow promises. It was the simmering rage that finally found a voice, not in grand pronouncements, but in the sharp retort, the weary sigh, the whispered complaint. Alara walked through the city with new eyes, seeing not just the gleaming architecture and the efficient flow of commerce, but the countless, anonymous faces that fueled it all. She saw the young woman in the market, her hands trembling as she counted out her meager credits. She saw the elderly man in the transport, his gaze fixed on some distant point of memory, a faint smile on his lips as if remembering a time when things were different. She saw the exhaustion etched into the features of the sanitation workers, the delivery drones, the data entry clerks, the anonymous army that kept Veridia functioning. And in their eyes, she no longer saw just resignation, but a flicker of something else, a shared understanding, a silent recognition of their common plight. The cracks were no longer just theoretical fissures in an economic model, they were visible in the strained expressions, the quickened steps, the heightened tempers of the very people who formed the city's soul. The perpetual simmer was approaching a boil. The official pronouncements echoed through the city's public announcement systems, their sterile, synthesized voices a stark contrast to the grimy reality of the streets. News feeds, meticulously curated and broadcast across every public screen, spoke of an impending economic dawn, of a city pulling itself back from the precipice. Terms like strategic recalibration and resource optimization were bandied about with the fervor of a religious revival, promising a future where Veridia would once again stand as a testament to human ingenuity and collective will. Alara found herself caught in these broadcasts while queuing for her weekly ration of nutrient paste, the cheerful graphics and confident pronouncements a jarring overlay to the weary faces around her. The announcer, with an unnervingly optimistic lilt, detailed the latest austerity measures, framing them not as hardship, but as essential contributions to a shared national endeavor. Every citizen, the voice chirped, plays a vital role in Veridia's resurgence. Your continued cooperation and understanding are the bedrock of our collective recovery. But the bedrock, Alara observed, felt more like shifting sand. The austerity measures translated into further cuts in already meager public services. The already infrequent sanitation cycles in her district were reduced again, leaving refuse to accumulate in the narrow alleyways, attracting swarms of resilient biovermin. Public transport, always a tight squeeze, now saw passengers packed in even more densely, the subtle discomfort morphing into a palpable, suffocating pressure. The cost of basic energy credits, essential for heating and illumination, had seen another marginal, yet significant, increase, forcing families to choose between a dimly lit, frigid living space or enduring the gnawing cold. These were not abstract policy decisions, they were daily compromises, sacrifices that chipped away at the already fragile dignity of the citizens. The disconnect between the official narrative and the lived experience was a chasm that grew wider with each passing cycle. The government's carefully crafted message of shared sacrifice felt like a cruel mockery. Alara saw it in the way the council members, their faces smooth and unlined by worry, addressed the public from their gleaming, climate-controlled auditoriums. Their tailored synth silk robes seemed to shimmer with an almost indecent opulence, a stark visual counterpoint to the threadbare garments of the citizens waiting in line for their food. The wealth, instead of being redistributed or even pooled for genuine recovery, seemed to be concentrating, flowing upwards like water through a sieve, leaving only dregs for those who toiled below. One evening, while observing the city from the meager vantage point of her tenement window, Alara witnessed a procession of sleek, private aero cars gliding through the skyways, their tinted windows obscuring the occupants but their very presence allowed testament to their privilege. These were the vehicles of the elite, the industrialists, the council members, the very people espousing the virtues of belt-tightening. They were clearly not enduring the resource optimization that was being levied upon the masses. Their journey seemed effortless, a silent glide above the teeming masses, their destinations presumably far removed from the encroaching gloom and scarcity that defined everyday life for most. The starkness of this visual disparity fueled a growing resentment, a silent chorus of questions that began to form in the minds of those who were forced to witness it. The scholar's earlier words about the manufactured scarcity now took on a new dimension. It wasn't just about controlling resources, it was about controlling the perception of hardship. By broadcasting tales of recovery and resilience, the oligarchy aimed to foster a sense of shared progress, to mask the reality of widening inequality. They wanted the populace to believe that everyone was suffering equally, that these were the shared burdens of a nation in transition. But the evidence of their eyes, the tangible reality of their lives, contradicted this carefully constructed illusion. The disparity was too great, too blatant, to be dismissed as mere perception. The prosperity of the few was not just an unfortunate side effect of the recovery, it was, Alara increasingly suspected, the very engine driving the austerity for the many. She began to notice subtle shifts in the conversations around her. The weary resignation, once the dominant tone, was now often punctuated by sharp, bitter remarks. The polite nods of agreement in ration queues were increasingly replaced by pointed glances and hushed, often indignant, whispers. The official reports, once passively consumed, were now met with a growing skepticism, a critical dissection that tore through the carefully chosen rhetoric. "They talk of recovery," muttered an old man named Silas, his voice raspy from years of industrial dust, as he waited his turn at the nutrient paste dispenser. He gestured with a trembling hand towards a flickering screen displaying the beaming face of a government minister. "Recovery for whom? For them, perhaps. Their pockets are fuller than ever, I'll wager. While we get fewer nutrients and dimmer lights. It's an odd kind of recovery." Alara found herself nodding in silent agreement. She remembered a conversation with a colleague at the data processing hub, a woman named Anya whose family was struggling to afford basic medical supplies for her ailing mother. Anya had recounted a broadcast she'd seen, where a council member had spoken about the necessary sacrifices for the greater good. Anya's response, delivered with a weary tremor, was cuttingly ironic. "The greater good seems to be remarkably exclusive. It certainly doesn't include my mother's cough syrup." The government's claims of economic recovery were further undermined by the observable state of public infrastructure. While the central districts, the gleaming heart of the oligarchy's domain, boasted pristine plazas and constantly maintained facades, the outer sectors, where Alara and most of the working class resided, showed undeniable signs of neglect. Potholes, once minor inconveniences, had widened into treacherous fissures that threatened to swallow a pedestrian's foot. The luminescent panels that lined the walkways in the city center were regularly replaced, their light always brilliant, while in Alara's district, the panels flickered erratically, often failing completely, plunging entire streets into oppressive darkness. The disparity was not accidental, it was a visible, tangible manifestation of the government's priorities. The official justification for these disparities often involved complex explanations of phased rehabilitation and prioritization of critical infrastructure. However, these explanations failed to account for the fact that the critical infrastructure seemed to invariably benefit those who were already at the apex of Viridian society. The new transit lines, the expanded energy grids, the state-of-the-art communication networks, these were all being developed and implemented, but their reach was conspicuously absent in the less affluent sectors. It was as if Viridia was a body, with its vital organs thriving, while its extremities were slowly succumbing to decay. Alara began to actively seek out dissenting voices, to listen to the undercurrent of discontent that the official broadcasts sought to suppress. She frequented a small, dimly lit establishment in her neighborhood known as The Respite, a place where the aroma of cheap synth ale mingled with hushed conversations and the occasional bout of bitter laughter. Here, away from the ubiquitous surveillance of the public announcement systems, people spoke more freely, their grievances unfiltered. "They call it austerity," a burly mechanic, his hands stained with grease, scoffed, slamming his mug down on the worn counter. "I call it theft. They preach about shared sacrifice, but when have they ever sacrificed anything? Their banquets are still lavish, their aeries still secure. It's us who are sacrificing. Our food, our warmth, our futures." Another patron, a woman who worked in the textile manufactories, her face etched with the weariness of long, repetitive hours, added her voice. "My daughter needed a new set of learning modules for her vocational training. The cost tripled overnight. Triple. And they wonder why there's unrest. They're squeezing us dry, then telling us to be grateful for the trickle that remains." The narrative of recovery, presented by the government, was becoming increasingly unbelievable. It was a story told from a distance, detached from the harsh realities of daily survival. The necessary austerity measures felt less like a communal effort and more like a punitive expedition against the lower strata of society. The council's rhetoric, emphasizing unity and shared purpose, was increasingly perceived as a deliberate attempt to manipulate public opinion, to lull the populace into a state of passive acceptance while their lives were systematically degraded. The palpable gap between the promises of officialdom and the lived experiences of the citizens bred a corrosive mistrust. People no longer looked to the government for solutions, they looked to each other, sharing what little they had, finding solace and strength in their shared predicament. The hollow pronouncements of recovery only served to deepen the chasm of disbelief. They highlighted not just the economic inequality, but a fundamental disconnect in empathy, a failure of the ruling class to acknowledge or even comprehend the struggles of those upon whose labor their entire society was built. The empty promise of stability was becoming a bitter refrain, a testament to a system that offered comfort and security only to those already ensconced within its privileged walls, while the majority were left to navigate an increasingly precarious existence under the guise of progress. The silence of the masses was no longer a sign of compliance, but a heavy, pregnant pause, filled with the unspoken understanding that the current trajectory was unsustainable, and that the carefully constructed facade of Veridia was beginning to buckle under the weight of its own inherent contradictions. The city, despite its outward appearance of order, was simmering with a discontent that no amount of carefully worded news reports could quell. The once familiar hum of city life had begun to fray at the edges, replaced by a low, persistent thrum of unease. It was a subtle shift, easily dismissed by those insulated from the daily grind, but for Alara and her neighbors, it was as palpable as the persistent chill that seeped through their poorly insulated HAB units. The official pronouncements of recovery, once nearly hollow, now seemed almost cruelly ironic. The carefully curated narratives of progress and unity were being drowned out by the growing chorus of everyday struggles, the small, sharp edges of existence that chipped away at hope. The ration queues, always a barometer of the city's collective mood, were becoming increasingly tense. What had once been a resigned, quiet endurance was now often punctuated by sharp words and flared tempers. The meager portions of nutrient paste, the staple of their diet, were now the subject of heated disputes. A single misplaced scoop, a perceived slight in the distribution, could ignite a furious exchange. Alara had seen it happen just that morning. A young man, his face gaunt and his eyes hollow, had been queuing for his weekly allocation. The dispenser, a clunky, automated unit, had deposited slightly less than his usual portion. Normally, he might have grumbled, perhaps lodged a polite complaint that would disappear into the bureaucratic ether. But today, something snapped. "Hey," he shouted, his voice cracking with a raw desperation that silenced the rest of the line. "That's not enough. You shorting me again." The automated voice of the dispenser, devoid of any emotion, responded with a pre-programmed statement, portion dispensed according to established nutritional guidelines. Guidelines. A woman beside Alara scoffed, her own ration bag clutched tightly. "Their guidelines are starving us." The young man stepped forward, his hands balled into fists, his body trembling. "I need that. My kid. She's sick. I need every bit." Before anyone could intervene, before the weary security drones hovering nearby could even register the disturbance, the man lunged. He didn't attack the dispenser. His target was the ration bag of the person in front of him, an elderly woman who had received her full portion moments before. In a blur of movement, he snatched the bag, tearing at it with his teeth and fingers, his actions animalistic and primal. The elderly woman cried out, a thin, reedy sound of fear and indignation. The young man, oblivious to the chaos he'd unleashed, shoved the pilfered paste into his own mouth, chewing frantically, his eyes darting around with a mixture of triumph and terror. The ensuing scuffle was brief but brutal. Others in the line, their own hunger gnawing at them, surged forward, some trying to retrieve the stolen food, others simply caught in the maelstrom of frustration and anger. Within moments, the orderly queue had dissolved into a chaotic brawl. Ration bags were ripped open, their contents spilled onto the grimy pavement, a tragic testament to their worth. The security drones finally descended, their metallic arms extended, dispersing the crowd with incapacitating sonic pulses. The young man, his face a mask of despair and defiance, was hauled away, his fate sealed. This incident, while extreme, was not an isolated anomaly. It was becoming a terrifyingly common occurrence, a symptom of a deeper malaise that was infecting the city's social fabric. Minor thefts, once rare and met with significant punishment, were now a daily occurrence. Small electronic devices, essential tools for many of the lower strata workers, would vanish from unattended workstations. Scraps of discarded food, even those deemed unfit for consumption by the sanitation bots, were pilfered from refuse bins. The desperation had seeped into every facet of life, eroding the trust and civility that had once, however tenuously, bound the community together. Alara saw it in the hushed whispers that followed such events, the furtive glances exchanged between neighbors. The shared understanding was unspoken. The system was failing, and when the system failed, people resorted to whatever means necessary to survive. The official narrative of recovery was a cruel joke to those whose stomachs gnawed with hunger, whose homes were perpetually cold, and whose futures were as bleak as the perpetually overcast sky. Even acts of vandalism, once unthinkable in a society so heavily surfigured, were starting to appear. They were often small, petty acts, but their significance lay in their defiance. A perfectly polished public bench, an emblem of the city's supposed prosperity, might be found scratched with crude symbols. A holographic advertisement, showcasing the luxurious lifestyle of the elite, could be defaced with graffiti, hastily scrawled words of protest or crude caricatures of the council members. These weren't the actions of organized resistance, not yet. They were the desperate outbursts of individuals pushed to their breaking point, lashing out at the symbols of a wealth and comfort they were denied. One evening, as Alara made her way home from a grueling shift at the data hub, she passed a newly installed public art installation in Sector Gamma. It was a towering, abstract sculpture crafted from polished chrome and shimmering light panels, a stark contrast to the utilitarian concrete and decaying metal that characterized her district. It was clearly a vanity project, a testament to the council's aesthetic sensibilities rather than any genuine public amenity. As she watched, a lone figure emerged from the shadows of a nearby alley. He was cloaked and hooded, his movements furtive. He carried a small, handheld tool, its tip glowing with a faint, destructive energy. With swift, practiced movements, he began to etch deep, angry gouges into the gleaming chrome of the sculpture. He worked with a desperate fury, his body taut with adrenaline, his actions a primal scream against the opulence that surrounded him. He didn't linger, vanishing back into the darkness as quickly as he had appeared, leaving behind a scar on the pristine surface, a visible wound in the heart of the manufactured beauty. Alara didn't report him. She couldn't. She understood the impulse. It was the same impulse that drove the man in the ration line, the same impulse that fueled the hushed arguments and the furtive glances. It was the desperation of a people being systematically denied their basic needs, their dignity, and their hope. The cracks were no longer hairline fractures. They were widening fissures, threatening to swallow the illusion of order whole. The polished surfaces of Veridia were beginning to show the smudges of human suffering, and Alara knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was only the beginning. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a suppressed energy, a collective sigh of weariness that held the potential for a storm. The official response to these burgeoning incidents was, predictably, to tighten security and intensify surveillance. More drones patrolled the streets, their optical sensors swiveling with unnerving vigilance. Public terminals, which once offered curated news feeds and city services, now displayed constant reminders of the penalties for theft, vandalism, and public disturbance. Yet, these measures seemed to do little to quell the underlying unrest. If anything, the increased omnipresence of the authorities only served to highlight the growing chasm between the ruling class and the ruled. The council members, in their televised addresses, spoke of isolated incidents of civil disobedience and criminal elements seeking to disrupt the city's progress. They blamed external factors, manufactured crises, anything but the systemic failures that were the true root cause. They commissioned more public awareness campaigns, featuring stern-faced actors portraying repentant criminals and reassuring citizens that Veridia's unwavering commitment to order and prosperity would prevail. But the words, so polished and rehearsed, fell on deaf ears. The citizens saw the reality: the empty shelves in the public markets, the flickering lights in their homes, the constant gnawing of hunger. They saw the luxury aero cars gliding silently overhead, oblivious to their plight, and they understood that the progress being spoken of was not their own. Alara found herself increasingly drawn to the hushed conversations that took place in the shadows, in the dimly lit corners of the district. The official news feeds were no longer a source of information, but a target of ridicule. People would gather around scavenged audio receivers, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of illicit data chips, and dissect the government's pronouncements with a cynical wit that was as sharp as it was disheartening. "They say, resource optimization," muttered a former engineer, a man named Kalen, his voice a low rumble of discontent. He'd lost his position when the private corporations took over the city's infrastructure, deemed redundant by the new efficiency models. "What they mean is, they're optimizing our resources right into their own coffers. Taking everything they can from us, leaving us with the scraps, and then telling us it's for our own good." Anya, the colleague Alara had met at the data hub, shared a story of her younger brother, a talented apprentice at a fabrication plant. His wages, already meager, had been further reduced due to a newly implemented efficiency bonus that was almost impossible to achieve. "He's working 14-hour days," Anya whispered, her eyes red-rimmed. "And he's coming home thinner than when he started. They're literally grinding him down. And for what? So some council member can afford another designer synth fur coat." These weren't isolated grievances, they were shared experiences, a tapestry woven from threads of hardship and resentment. The incidents of desperation, whether a scuffle over food, a scratch on a monument, or a whispered complaint about dwindling rations, were all symptoms of the same underlying disease, a society where the gap between the opulent few and the struggling many had become a yawning abyss. The official narrative of recovery was a flimsy bridge over this chasm, and the weight of reality was beginning to crack it. Alara, too, felt the insidious creep of desperation. It wasn't just about the physical deprivations, it was the slow erosion of hope, the gnawing feeling that her life, and the lives of everyone around her, were being systematically devalued. The scholar's words about manufactured scarcity resonated deeply. It was no longer about genuine shortages, but about a deliberate manipulation of resources and perceptions. The government wasn't just failing to provide, it was actively creating conditions of scarcity to maintain control, to keep the populace struggling for basic necessities, too preoccupied with survival to question the system that oppressed them. The fabric of Veridia was tearing, not with a single, dramatic rip, but with 1,000 tiny unravelings. The small acts of desperation were not just aberrations, they were the building blocks of a growing unrest, a silent testament to the unsustainable nature of the current order. The city, once a beacon of technological prowess, was becoming a crucible of human struggle, and the heat was steadily rising. The polished facade was beginning to buckle, and beneath it, something raw and volatile was starting to emerge. The quiet desperation was curdling into something more potent, a simmering anger that, if left unaddressed, threatened to consume everything. The gnawing hunger that had become a constant companion for many in Veridia was not just a physical affliction, it was a fertile ground for suspicion and fear. As the official channels of information grew increasingly unreliable, a shadow economy of rumors and whispers began to flourish in the city's underbelly. These hushed conversations, often conducted in the flickering lamplight of the lower sectors or in the echoing emptiness of abandoned service tunnels, were not merely expressions of discontent but were becoming vectors for a more insidious contagion: prejudice. Alara found herself increasingly privy to these clandestine exchanges. The casual complaints about dwindling rations or the frustrations with malfunctioning automatons, once the primary currency of these gatherings, were now frequently punctuated by a chilling new refrain. It began subtly, a dismissive sigh followed by a muttered accusation directed not at the council, nor at the corporations, but at them. The pronoun was deliberately vague at first, a phantom enemy conjured from the anxieties of the populace. But as the economic pressure intensified, so too did the specificity of the blame. One evening, while waiting for a late-night transport drone that was perpetually delayed, Alara overheard a group of workers huddled near a derelict HAB unit. Their voices, amplified by the late hour and the palpable frustration of their wait, carried easily in the thin air. "It's no surprise, is it?" a gruff voice declared, laced with an unmistakable bitterness. "They're getting preferential treatment. Always have." A younger voice, eager to echo the sentiment, chimed in, "I saw one of them near the hydroponic farms yesterday. Couldn't have been more than a few hours after the distribution. Carrying a whole crate of synth greens, he was. While we're lucky if we get a half portion of nutrient paste." Alara's stomach tightened. The insinuation was clear, and the target was implicitly understood by all in Veridia. The Lumina, a distinct community within the city, known for their unique physiological adaptations to low-light environments and their historical association with the city's early atmospheric processing plants, were being cast as the architects of the current hardship. They were an easy target. Their slightly different features, their unique cultural practices, their often insular communities, all provided ample fodder for those seeking to externalize their own despair. Preferential treatment, Alara murmured to herself, the words tasting like ash. She knew the Lumina. She had worked alongside some of them in the early days of her data hub career. They were quiet, diligent workers, often preferring the solitude of their tasks. Their physiological differences, like their slightly larger pupils or their naturally muted skin tones, were more a testament to their heritage than a sign of inherent otherness. Yet, in the crucible of Veridia's economic decline, these differences were being amplified, twisted into evidence of malevolence. The narrative being spun was insidious. It suggested that the Lumina, through some covert network or inherent advantage, were somehow circumventing the ration system, hoarding resources, and thereby exacerbating the scarcity faced by the true citizens of Veridia. It was a classic scapegoating tactic, a distortion of reality designed to redirect the anger of the masses away from the systemic failures of governance and resource allocation, and towards a visible, easily demonized minority. The whispers grew louder, more brazen. Alara began to notice subtle, yet pervasive, acts of discrimination. At the public markets, where vendors now displayed their wares with a guarded nervousness, she saw Lumina individuals being served last, their requests met with curt nods or outright dismissals. Children, mirroring the prejudices of their parents, would sometimes jeer and throw small, hard seeds at Lumina passers-by, their laughter echoing with a cruel, unthinking malice. One afternoon, Alara witnessed a particularly disheartening scene. A small Lumina merchant, an elderly woman known for her intricate fabrications of woven light fibers, had set up her stall in a designated trade zone. Her wares were beautiful, imbued with a subtle luminescence that caught the eye, yet few people stopped. As Alara watched, a group of youths, their faces flushed with a manufactured bravado, approached her stall. "Look at this, boys," one of them sneered, picking up a delicate scarf woven with threads that pulsed with a gentle blue light. "Bet this cost more than your entire week's paste ration. Where did you get the resources, old woman? Did you steal them from us?" The old woman flinched, her hands trembling as she tried to reclaim her scarf. These are from recycled filaments," she stammered, her voice thin and reedy. "From discarded energy conduits. I worked hard to gather them, to clean them." Her explanation was drowned out by the jeering laughter of the youths. They proceeded to inspect her wares, their rough hands deliberately snagging threads, tearing at the delicate weave. One of them even spat on a shimmering tapestry, a deliberate act of defilement. Alara felt a surge of hot anger. She wanted to intervene, to shout at them, but a glance around revealed the uncomfortable truth. Most of the onlookers were averting their gaze, pretending not to see, their own fear of becoming targets palpable. The security bots, ever present but often selective in their enforcement, were nowhere to be seen. The incident left Alara deeply disturbed. It wasn't just the cruelty of the act itself, but the complicity of silence. The fabric of community, already frayed by hardship, was being stained by a venomous blend of fear and hatred. The official narrative, which consistently portrayed Veridia as a unified society recovering from past traumas, was a blatant lie. Beneath the veneer of order, a deep-seated animosity was festering, fanned by desperation and amplified by the void left by honest discourse. She recalled conversations with Anya, her colleague from the data hub, about the growing distrust. Anya had mentioned how her own family, initially welcoming of a Lumina neighbor who had helped them during a severe power outage, had begun to eye him with suspicion. "My father started asking questions," Anya had confided, her voice low and weary. "He heard someone say that the Lumina have night vision, and can sneak around unseen, that they're hoarding power cells for their own secret operations. It's madness. He's a kind man, our neighbor. He wouldn't hurt a fly." Alara realized that the seeds of prejudice were being sown not just by overt acts of aggression, but by the constant, subtle erosion of trust. Misinformation, like a digital virus, was spreading through personal networks, corrupting relationships and turning neighbor against neighbor. The lack of transparency from the governing bodies allowed these narratives to take root and flourish, unchecked. When official channels failed to provide clear explanations for the city's woes, people naturally sought answers elsewhere, and the whispers of blame provided a seemingly simple, albeit false, solution. The media, when it deigned to address the growing social friction, did so with a careful neutrality that bordered on complicity. Instead of debunking the xenophobic rumors, they would often frame the issue as a matter of inter-community relations, or challenges of social integration, subtly implying that the Lumina were somehow a disruptive element. This language, devoid of direct condemnation, allowed the prejudice to fester, giving it a veneer of legitimacy. The council, preoccupied with maintaining the illusion of control and appeasing the elite, seemed either unwilling or unable to confront the burgeoning tide of intolerance. Alara began to actively seek out information that countered these prejudiced narratives. She spent more time in the dwindling public archives, sifting through historical data that predated the current regime. She found records detailing the Lumina's crucial role in the early construction of Veridia's atmospheric processors, their unique understanding of the planet's atmospheric composition vital to the city's initial survival. Their physiological adaptations were not a sign of otherness, but a testament to their deep-rooted connection to the very environment that Veridia now struggled to maintain. She even found anecdotal accounts from the city's founding days, stories of shared hardship and mutual reliance between the early settlers, regardless of their origin. These records painted a starkly different picture from the one being peddled in the shadowed alleyways and crowded ration queues of present-day Veridia. They spoke of a nascent society built on cooperation, a far cry from the fractured and fearful populace of today. The contrast was jarring. The official narrative was one of seamless progress and unity, a carefully constructed facade. The reality, however, was a society fracturing under the weight of its own failures, its citizens desperately seeking an outlet for their anger and frustration. And the Lumina, once a respected, albeit distinct, part of the Viridian tapestry, had become the convenient target of this displaced rage. The danger, Alara understood, was not just in the isolated incidents of name-calling or petty theft. It was in the normalization of such behavior. It was in the way that fear was being weaponized, transforming understandable economic anxieties into irrational hatred. It was in the insidious spread of misinformation that poisoned the wells of community trust, making it harder for people to see their shared humanity. She noticed how even casual conversations among her acquaintances had shifted. What might have started as a lament about a malfunctioning ventilation unit could quickly spiral into a discussion about how they were probably hoarding the spare parts. The default assumption was no longer about systemic incompetence or corporate greed, but about the hidden machinations of a minority group. This shift was subtle but profound, a testament to the effectiveness of the propaganda of fear. One particularly chilling observation Alara made was during a public address by a council member, broadcast on the ubiquitous public screens. The council member, a man with an impeccably coiffed silver mane and a perpetually smooth, unlined face, spoke of the city's resilience and its unwavering commitment to justice. Yet, as he spoke, his gaze flickered for a fraction of a second towards a news graphic that appeared alongside his address. The graphic, almost subliminally, depicted a stylized, shadowy figure, subtly reminiscent of Lumina physiognomy, standing apart from a group of more generic, human silhouettes. It was a visual cue, a coded message to those who were already predisposed to suspicion, reinforcing the underlying narrative without explicitly stating it. Alara felt a cold dread settle in her chest. This was not just random prejudice, this was a calculated manipulation. The council, or elements within it, were actively fostering this division, using it as a tool to deflect blame and maintain control. By pitting different groups against each other, they could prevent a unified front from emerging, a front that might challenge their authority and expose their failures. The economic hardship was real. The lack of resources was undeniable. But the narrative that the Lumina were the cause of this suffering was a fiction, a dangerous lie woven from the threads of desperation and fear. Alara knew that as long as this narrative persisted, as long as the community spirit was poisoned by such divisions, Veridia's descent would not be halted. The cracks were deepening, not just in the city's infrastructure, but in the very soul of its people. The shadow of prejudice, once a faint outline, was now stretching, threatening to engulf the entire city in a darkness from which it might never emerge. The carefully maintained illusion of Veridia's prosperity was not just cracking, it was beginning to warp, revealing the ugly, distorted face of intolerance lurking beneath. And Alara, a silent witness to this insidious transformation, felt the growing weight of a terrible responsibility, a responsibility to understand, and perhaps, one day, to resist. The ever-present hum of the city, once a symphony of progress, had devolved into a discordant thrum of anxiety. Ration queues snaked through once vibrant plazas, their inhabitants listless and hollow-eyed. The official pronouncements on public screens, once assurances of stability, now seemed like desperate incantations against an encroaching gloom. Yet, in the very heart of this creeping despair, fragile shoots of compassion were beginning to unfurl, unseen by the many who had succumbed to the pervasive cynicism. Alara, navigating the labyrinthine streets, found herself the accidental recipient of such quiet grace. One sweltering afternoon, her internal chrono indicating a critical dip in her energy levels, she found herself leaning against the cool, metallic hull of a deactivated cargo bot. Her satchel, usually brimming with data chips and investigative notes, felt agonizingly light, its contents insufficient to even purchase a meager portion of nutrient paste. It was then that a hand, calloused and bearing the faint, telltale shimmer of atmospheric dust that clung to those who worked the outer filtration units, gently nudged a small, bruised orb of fruit into her palm. She looked up, startled, to find a man whose face was etched with the hard lines of labor, his eyes holding a depth of weariness that mirrored her own. He offered a fleeting, almost shy smile. "Sustenance," he murmured, his voice raspy but kind. "We all need it." He didn't wait for a response, melting back into the throng as quickly as he had appeared, leaving Alara with the unexpected sweetness of the fruit and a profound, disquieting warmth spreading through her. It was a simple gesture, a single piece of fruit, but in its unbidden generosity, it felt like a lifeline. She had braced herself for indifference, for the averted gazes she had become accustomed to. This man's act defied that expectation, planting a seed of doubt in the fertile soil of her growing pessimism. Later that week, while attempting to decipher a particularly cryptic encrypted data packet in a dimly lit communal hub, she found herself struggling with a complex decoding algorithm. The frustration was mounting, the ticking clock of her own deadlines a relentless drumbeat in her ears. A woman, whose usual demeanor was one of quiet reserve, approached her table. Alara recognized her as Anya's downstairs neighbor, a reclusive artisan who worked with bioluminescent fungi. "You seem troubled," the artisan said softly, her voice barely disturbing the ambient silence. She gestured to Alara's flickering console. "That cipher looks vexing. I've dealt with some tricky bioluminal patterns. Sometimes a different perspective is all it takes to see the underlying structure." Without further preamble, she pulled up a chair and, with surprising dexterity, began to offer subtle suggestions. Her insights, drawn from an entirely different field, illuminated the problem in a way Alara hadn't considered. They worked in comfortable silence for a long while, the soft glow of the fungi samples on her desk casting an ethereal light on their shared task. When the final string of code finally decrypted, revealing the vital information Alara needed, the artisan simply nodded. "Glad I could help. We're all just trying to keep our heads above water, aren't we? The exchange was brief, professional, yet it carried an unspoken acknowledgement of shared struggle, a quiet solidarity that resonated deeply with Alara. It was a reminder that even in isolation, connection was possible. The most striking instance of this burgeoning empathy occurred in the lower habitation sector, a district often overlooked and underserved by city maintenance. Here, amidst the crumbling infrastructure and the omnipresent scent of recycled air, a small, informal network had begun to coalesce. It started with a few families whose meager rations had dwindled to near nothing. They were facing the stark reality of hunger, not as an abstract concept, but as a gnawing ache in their bellies. Word spread, not through official channels, but through the quiet hum of communal living. A mother, known for her skill in mending worn clothing, began to organize a discreet collection. She would quietly approach neighbors, not asking for much, just whatever could be spared, a half portion of dried synth veg, a handful of reclaimed protein pellets, a few precious drops of purified water. The contributions were minuscule, almost laughably small in the grand scheme of the city's vast needs, but they represented a significant sacrifice for those who offered them. Alara, following a lead on an unrelated matter, stumbled upon this quiet act of charity. She observed from a distance as a young man, his face thin and gaunt, pressed a small pouch of nutrient paste into the hands of an elderly woman whose dwelling was barely more than a metal shell. The woman's eyes, clouded with age and hardship, widened with a mixture of surprise and profound gratitude. She clasped his hand, her touch frail but firm. "May the cycles be kind to you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. The young man simply nodded, a faint blush rising on his cheeks, and moved on, his own need clearly as great as hers. Witnessing this exchange, Alara felt a profound shift within her. She had been so immersed in the grand narratives of societal decay, so focused on the systemic failures and the insidious spread of prejudice, that she had almost overlooked the quiet resilience of the human spirit. These were not grand gestures of defiance, not organized protests or political uprisings. They were small, intimate acts of mutual aid, born not of a grand philosophy, but of a shared understanding of suffering. They were flickers of light in the encroaching darkness, tiny embers that, if nurtured, could potentially ignite something far more powerful. She spent an hour observing the clandestine distribution. People arrived quietly, often under the cover of twilight, leaving their meager offerings with the organizing mother and departing with equal discretion. There was no fanfare, no expectation of reward, only the quiet affirmation of shared humanity. A young girl, no older than 10, shyly presented a small, brightly colored toy she had clearly cherished, offering it as a contribution to a communal fund for medicine. A stooped man, whose hands were twisted with a chronic ailment, carefully handed over a few salvaged electronic components, remnants of his former life as a technician. Each act, no matter how small, spoke volumes. Alara realized that these moments were the antithesis of the fear and suspicion that were paralyzing Viridia. They were acts of courage, not in the face of physical danger, but in the face of overwhelming despair. To share when you have nothing, to offer comfort when you yourself are suffering, that was a profound act of empathy. It was a quiet rebellion against the forces that sought to divide and isolate them. She thought back to the fruit, the decoding assistance, the communal food sharing. These weren't isolated incidents, they were part of a nascent pattern, a subtle counter-narrative being woven into the fabric of Viridian life. While the powerful and the privileged debated abstract policies and maintained their carefully constructed illusions, ordinary citizens were quietly demonstrating what true community looked like. They were showing that empathy, though suppressed, was not extinguished. The danger, of course, remained. These acts of kindness were vulnerable, easily crushed by the weight of systemic neglect and the deliberate machinations of those who benefited from division. A single, unthinking act of aggression, a targeted crackdown by the enforcers, could extinguish these fragile flames. But Alara also saw their potential. In the shared glances between those who participated in these acts, in the quiet smiles exchanged, she detected a growing recognition of shared vulnerability and shared strength. It was a nascent understanding that their individual struggles were interconnected, and that their only hope lay in supporting one another. She continued her investigations, but now with a renewed sense of purpose. Her focus began to shift, not just on exposing the corruption and the prejudice, but on seeking out these pockets of resistance, these quiet affirmations of humanity. She started to document these acts of empathy, not as mere anecdotes, but as evidence of an enduring spirit. She began to understand that hope was not a passive waiting for things to improve, but an active cultivation of connection, a conscious choice to extend kindness even in the face of adversity. These were the true cracks in the foundation of despair, not the failings of the system, but the persistent, indomitable spirit of its people. The city was undeniably fracturing, but in these small, often overlooked acts of compassion, Alara saw the possibility of a different kind of rebuilding, one rooted not in grand pronouncements, but in the quiet, unwavering strength of human connection. The whispers of hate were loud, but the quiet murmur of solidarity was beginning to be heard, a subtle counterpoint to the prevailing discord. It was a flicker, yes, but in the suffocating darkness of Viridia, even the smallest flicker held the promise of a dawn. Chapter 3. The Voice of the People. The metallic scent of recycled air, thick with the residue of desperation, still clung to Alara's senses as she descended into the lower habitation sector. The official pronouncements, amplified and distorted by the city's ubiquitous public screens, felt like a cruel mockery in this forgotten corner of Viridia. Here, the hum of progress was a phantom echo, replaced by the gnawing reality of scarcity. Yet, as she navigated the shadowed alleys and the warren of makeshift dwellings, a different kind of hum began to permeate her awareness. It wasn't the mechanical thrum of malfunctioning infrastructure, but a softer, more resonant vibration, the quiet murmur of a community finding its voice. Her investigation had led her to a nondescript building, its facade of corrugated metal dulled by years of industrial grime. A small, hand-painted sign, barely legible, indicated it was a community gathering space. Alara had heard whispers of this place, of meetings held in hushed tones, of a speaker whose words were cutting through the pervasive cynicism like a sharp blade. She'd approached with a journalist's inherent skepticism, accustomed to the grand pronouncements of the powerful that rarely translated into tangible change for those most in need. As she pushed open the heavy door, the cacophony of the city faded, replaced by a stillness that was pregnant with anticipation. The room itself was sparse, utilitarian. Folding chairs were arranged in a rough semicircle, illuminated by the stark glow of a few overhead fluorescent tubes that flickered erratically. The air, though still carrying the district's characteristic recycled tang, was charged with a different energy, one of quiet hope, perhaps, or at least a shared weariness seeking solace. A handful of people, their faces bearing the indelible marks of hardship, were already gathered, their gazes fixed on a makeshift podium at the front of the room. And then, he rose to speak. His name, Alara had learned, was Kale. It was a name whispered with a mix of reverence and cautious optimism in the city's downtrodden districts, a name that had begun to represent something other than the hollow promises of the ruling council. He was not a firebrand, not a charismatic orator designed to stir the masses into a frenzy of blind adoration. Instead, Kale possessed an unassuming presence that was, in its own way, far more compelling. He was of average height, his frame lean, dressed in practical, mended clothing that spoke of a life lived in close proximity to the struggles he addressed. His face was open, unadorned by the calculating masks often worn by those in positions of influence. There was a quiet strength in his posture, a groundedness that hinted at an inner conviction forged not in the sterile halls of power, but in the crucible of lived experience. As he began to speak, his voice was not amplified, not projected with artificial force. It was a clear, steady baritone, carrying the natural resonance that comes from speaking with genuine intent. He didn't begin with broad pronouncements about economic policy or political maneuvering. Instead, he started with a story. It was a simple tale, about a family in the lower sectors who had lost their meager power allocation due to a bureaucratic error, leaving them to shiver through a frigid night cycle. He described the fear in the child's eyes, the quiet desperation of the parents as they huddled together, the small acts of communal support that had eventually seen them through. Alara, positioned near the back, initially observed with her practiced, analytical gaze. She expected platitudes, perhaps a thinly veiled call for unity that would ultimately serve an agenda she couldn't yet discern. But Cale's words bypassed the cerebral and went straight for the visceral. He spoke of hunger not as a statistic, but as a gnawing emptiness that stole focus and drained hope. He spoke of dignity not as an abstract concept, but as the inherent right of every individual to be treated with respect, to have their basic needs met, to live without the constant specter of destitution. They tell us we are a burden, Cale said, his voice gaining a quiet intensity, that our needs are a drain on the city's resources. They speak of efficiency, of progress, of the greater good. But whose greater good? Is it the greater good to let children go hungry? Is it the greater good to watch our elders suffer in the cold? Is it the greater good to strip away the very essence of what makes us human, our ability to care for one another? He paused, letting his words settle into the silence. The faces in the audience were rapt, a sea of weary hope and quiet affirmation. These were not the faces of those who attended the lavish galas or the opulent forums where societal problems were debated like abstract puzzles. These were the faces of those who lived the problems, who breathed the polluted air, who felt the pinch of scarcity in their very bones. We are told that our struggles are individual, Cale continued, his gaze sweeping across the faces before him, connecting with each person as if he knew their specific burdens. That the ration cuts are a problem for your household, that the inadequate housing is a concern for your block, that the lack of medical care is a personal misfortune. But this is a lie. These are not individual misfortunes, they are the symptoms of a broken system that has forgotten its people. Alara found herself leaning forward, her journalistic detachment beginning to fray. Cale wasn't speaking to them, he was speaking with them. He articulated their unspoken frustrations, validated their quiet suffering, and, most importantly, offered a framework for understanding that transcended the often confusing pronouncements of officialdom. He wasn't offering a complex manifesto or a detailed blueprint for revolution. His message was far more profound in its simplicity. We are not asking for charity, he stated, his voice firm. We are demanding our rights. The right to clean air, the right to adequate shelter, the right to nutritious food, the right to healthcare. These are not luxuries, they are the foundations of a civilized society. And if our society cannot provide these basic necessities for all its citizens, then it is not civilized at all. He spoke of the interconnectedness of their struggles, illustrating how the neglect of one sector inevitably impacted others. He pointed to the irony of a city that boasted advanced technologies and immense wealth, yet could not provide basic sustenance for a significant portion of its population. He framed their poverty not as a personal failing, but as a consequence of deliberate policy, of priorities that had been skewed away from the well-being of the many in favor of the comfort of the few. They want us to be divided, Cale explained, his tone resonating with the collective experience of the room. They thrive on our fear, on our suspicion of one another. They tell us that if we are good, if we work hard enough, if we simply conform, then perhaps our turn will come. But that is a false promise. Their system is built on inequality, and it will always find ways to maintain it. His words painted a vivid picture of the city's social fabric, not as a robust tapestry, but as a fraying garment, with the threads of empathy and mutual support being deliberately weakened. He spoke of the enforcers, of the surveillance systems, of the propaganda designed to keep people compliant and isolated. But he also spoke of the cracks in that facade, of the growing awareness that was beginning to bloom in places like this. Look around you, he urged, his gaze softening slightly. Look at the person sitting next to you. They understand your struggle, because they share it. They know the ache of an empty stomach, the chill of a poorly insulated dwelling, the sting of being overlooked. And it is in this shared understanding, this quiet solidarity, that our true strength lies. Alara observed the subtle shifts in the room. Heads nodded in silent agreement. A few people exchanged glances, a flicker of recognition passing between them. The woman next to her, whose hands were roughened by years of manual labor, let out a soft sigh, a sound that was not of despair, but of release, of being seen. Cale then shifted his focus from the systemic critique to the nascent movements Alara had recently begun to document. He didn't claim credit, nor did he advocate for any grand, centralized organization. Instead, he highlighted the power of small, localized acts of defiance and solidarity. He spoke of the food-sharing networks that were emerging in the lower habitation sector, of the informal childcare cooperatives that allowed parents to work without the constant worry of their children's safety, of the skill-sharing initiatives where individuals taught each other practical trades. These are not minor acts, Cale emphasized, his voice resonating with conviction. They are the building blocks of a different future. When one person shares their meager rations, they are not just feeding a neighbor, they are challenging the scarcity that they are told is inevitable. When a group of people come together to repair a communal water purification unit, they are not just ensuring access to clean water, they are demonstrating their capacity to govern themselves, to meet their own needs without relying on a system that has failed them. He spoke of courage, not as the absence of fear, but as the act of moving forward despite it. He lauded the bravery of those who continued to extend kindness in the face of overwhelming adversity, those who chose empathy over apathy, connection over isolation. He framed these acts not as acts of rebellion in the traditional sense, but as acts of reclamation, reclaiming their inherent worth, their capacity for compassion, and their right to a dignified existence. The powerful may control the systems, the resources, the narrative, Cale stated, his voice carrying a quiet but unyielding authority. But they cannot control our hearts. They cannot extinguish the flame of human connection that burns within us. And it is that flame, however small it may seem, that will ultimately light our way forward. Alara found herself scribbling furiously in her datapad, not just recording his words, but trying to capture the atmosphere, the unspoken emotions that permeated the room. Cale's appeal was not to intellect alone, but to the shared human experience. He spoke of fundamental needs and inherent rights with a clarity that cut through the obfuscation and jargon that typically characterized public discourse. His empathy was not feigned, it was palpable, emanating from him like a quiet warmth. He didn't offer easy solutions or guaranteed victories. What he offered, however, was far more valuable in that moment: validation, understanding, and a nascent sense of collective power. He concluded not with a rousing call to arms, but with a simple, yet profound, affirmation. "We are not alone," he said, his voice soft but clear. "And as long as we remember that, as long as we continue to reach out to one another, we are not defeated. We are building something, together, even in the shadows. And one day, that something will grow strong enough to cast its own light." As the gathering began to disperse, a quiet hum of conversation filled the room. People exchanged contact information, made tentative plans for future collaborations. Alara watched as individuals, who had entered the hall with a sense of guarded apprehension, now moved with a renewed sense of purpose, their faces illuminated not just by the harsh fluorescent lights, but by an inner conviction. She saw small groups forming, animated by a shared understanding that had been forged in Cale's words. The unassuming messenger, with his quiet conviction and his profound empathy, had indeed planted seeds. And Alara, the investigative journalist accustomed to the grand pronouncements of the powerful, realized she had just witnessed the quiet, powerful beginnings of a different kind of voice rising from the heart of the silenced city. It was a voice forged not in anger, but in shared experience, a testament to the enduring power of human connection in the face of systemic despair. It was the voice of the people, spoken not in a roar, but in a persistent, undeniable murmur. The air in the community gathering space, still thick with the lingering scent of recycled sustenance and the quiet hum of shared hope, seemed to vibrate with a new understanding. Cale's words, devoid of the polished artifice that usually cloaked pronouncements from the city's elite, had struck a chord. Alara, her datapad still warm from recording, found herself not just a journalist observing a phenomenon, but a participant in its unfolding. Cale hadn't just offered solace. He had begun to dismantle the invisible architecture of their oppression, brick by painstaking brick. "They speak of a balanced economy," Cale began, his voice a steady current that drew everyone deeper into the intricate, yet deceptively simple, world he was about to reveal. He didn't pull up complex charts or inundate them with jargon. Instead, he gestured to a worn patch of flooring, a subtle imperfection that stood out in the otherwise utilitarian space. "Imagine this floor," he said, his eyes sweeping across the faces, catching the flicker of curiosity, of skepticism, of a desperate need to comprehend. It is made of many materials, yes. Different types of recycled composites, carefully blended. Now, imagine one group of workers is responsible for gathering the finest, strongest materials, the ones that require the most skill and the most dangerous work. They toil under harsh conditions, their health often compromised. And then, another group, who do little more than mix these materials and shape them into the final product. They take the largest share of the credit, and the largest share of the reward. A ripple of recognition passed through the assembled individuals. Many of them, Alara knew from her preliminary research, worked in the resource extraction facilities, the foundries, the sectors that provided the raw materials for Veridia's ostentatious displays of progress. They were the ones who handled the hazardous substances, who endured the deafening noise, who bore the physical toll of their labor, only to see the finished products, the sleek transit pods, the elegant residential towers, the gleaming public art installations, attributed to a different segment of society. This, Cale continued, his gaze fixed on the worn patch of floor, is not a matter of chance. It is the design. The system is built to funnel the value created by those who do the hardest work towards those who control the means of production, those who own the machines, the factories, the distribution networks. It is presented as fair, everyone has a role, everyone contributes. But the scale is tipped, deliberately so, from the very beginning. He then moved to an analogy that resonated deeply with the agrarian heritage still whispered in the fragmented memories of older generations, a heritage that predated Veridia's towering metallics. Consider the farmers, he said, his voice softening, painting a picture of sun-drenched fields and the earthy scent of fertile soil, a stark contrast to the recycled air they breathed. They cultivate the land, they nurture the seeds, they endure the unpredictable weather, the pests, the relentless toil from dawn till dusk. They produce the food that nourishes us all. Then come the merchants, the distributors. They don't touch the soil. They don't feel the ache in their backs from harvesting. But they control the pathways to the markets. They set the prices. And they often buy the farmer's harvest for a pittance, only to sell it to the city dwellers, the families, for a price that makes it a luxury, a struggle to afford. Alara watched as heads nodded in agreement. The concept of the exploitative middleman, the manipulator of supply and demand, was not a foreign one. It was a story woven into the fabric of their daily lives, a source of quiet resentment that had never been given a legitimate outlet. Cale was not just describing their poverty, he was explaining its genesis, its systemic roots. The merchant tells the farmer, "This is the market rate, this is what I can afford to pay." He makes it sound like a natural law, like the sun rising or the tides turning. But in reality, the merchant, perhaps in league with others who control the storage, the transport, the very access to the consumers, dictates that market rate. He creates the scarcity where there is abundance, or he artificially inflates the demand, all to ensure that the vast majority of the value generated by the farmer's sweat and soil remains in his own hands, and the hands of his partners. He paused, allowing the image to settle. And what of the builder? He continued, shifting his focus. The one who lays the bricks, who cements the foundations, who climbs the scaffolding day after day, risking life and limb to construct the magnificent towers that scrape the sky. They are paid a wage, a fixed amount, for their labor. But the owner of the building, the one who financed it, who perhaps bought the land for next to nothing generations ago, they reap the profits from the rents, the sales, the immense wealth that the building generates over decades. The builder receives his immediate wage, and then he is expected to go and buy a rented dwelling within those very towers, often for a price that consumes most of his earnings that he himself generated. This wasn't about blaming individuals, Alara realized. Cale was careful to point out that the system itself was the architect of this imbalance. He was not demonizing the merchant or the owner, but exposing the mechanisms that allowed them to accumulate disproportionate wealth and power at the expense of those who did the actual creating and building. They call this profit, Cale explained, his voice laced with a subtle irony. And they tell us it is the engine of progress, the reward for risk and innovation. But when does profit become exploitation? When it is derived not from genuine innovation that benefits society, but from the control of essential resources and the manipulation of labor. When the creator of value receives only a fraction of the value they create, while the controller of access receives the lion's share. That is not progress, that is expropriation. He drew a deep breath, his gaze encompassing everyone in the room. Think of the energy reserves, he said, his tone growing more urgent. The power that flows through the city, keeping the upper sectors warm and bright, fueling their industries, their comforts. Much of this energy is generated through methods that require immense resources, often extracted from the very environments that our children will inherit. Those who own the extraction rights, those who control the distribution grids, they profit immensely. But the cost, the environmental degradation, the depletion of finite resources, the health impacts on the communities near the extraction sites, that cost is externalized. It is borne by everyone, but particularly by those who have no say in the decision-making, those who are simply consumers of the energy, paying ever-increasing tariffs, while the owners accumulate untold wealth. Alara found herself furiously scribbling, not just the words, but the underlying logic. Cale was a master of the parable, of the simple, relatable story that illuminated complex economic principles. He was taking the abstract concepts of capital, labor, value, and extraction, and rendering them into tangible narratives that spoke to the lived experiences of the people gathered. The audience wasn't just listening, they were internalizing, connecting these stories to their own struggles. The rationing of food, the poor quality of housing, the lack of adequate medical care, these were no longer isolated misfortunes, but predictable outcomes of a system designed to concentrate wealth and power. They present these policies as neutral, Cale stated, his voice gaining a quiet, steely edge. Tax reforms, trade agreements, resource allocation protocols. They are couched in the language of efficiency, of economic growth. But behind the sterile terminology, there is a clear intention. An intention to benefit those who already possess capital, who already hold power. When the taxes on luxury goods are lowered, who truly benefits? When subsidies are directed towards industries that already dominate the market, who is enriched? When regulations are loosened, making it easier for corporations to exploit labor or pollute the environment, who bears the brunt of the consequences? He looked at a woman in the front row, her face etched with exhaustion, a faint sheen of sweat on her brow despite the cool recycled air. You work 12 cycles a day in the textile reclamation plant, he said, his voice gentle but direct. You sort and clean the discarded fabrics that will be reprocessed, reshaped, and sold back to the city's affluent sectors at exorbitant prices. You are exposed to dust and chemicals, your hands are constantly sore. You receive a wage that barely covers your basic sustenance. Meanwhile, the owner of the plant, who perhaps spends his days in opulent leisure, profits from your labor, from the very waste that you painstakingly salvage. Is that a balanced exchange? Is that an efficient use of your life's energy? The woman nodded, tears welling in her eyes. It was a silent acknowledgement, a testament to the profound accuracy of Cale's depiction. Alara felt a surge of empathy, a journalist's detachment dissolving in the face of such raw, shared humanity. Cale was not offering a quick fix, not a magic wand. He was offering something far more potent, clarity. He was giving them the language to articulate their own grievances, the framework to understand why their lives were a constant struggle. The system is designed to make you feel small, to make you feel isolated in your hardship, Cale continued. They want you to believe that your struggles are a result of your own failings, your own lack of effort, your own bad luck. But the truth is far simpler, and far more infuriating. The system is designed to ensure that the wealth you create is not yours to keep. It is designed to perpetuate a cycle where a few benefit immensely, while the many toil and struggle to survive. It is a system that values profit over people, accumulation over well-being, control over community. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a more intimate, yet no less impactful, tone. They build their towers of wealth on the foundations of your labor, your resources, your very lives. And they use screens, pronouncements, and the illusion of choice to convince you that this is the only way, the natural order of things. But it is not. It is a manufactured reality, a narrative woven to maintain power and privilege. Alara watched as the subtle shifts occurred. The hunched shoulders straightened a fraction. The wary eyes met each other with a newfound connection. The murmurs that began to spread weren't of complaint, but of dawning comprehension. Kale was not just speaking words, he was igniting understanding. He was demystifying the invisible forces that shaped their lives, rendering them visible and, therefore, potentially challengeable. He was laying bare the mechanics of their economic subjugation, not with anger, but with a calm, irrefutable logic that was far more powerful than any fiery rhetoric. The seeds of awareness, sown by his simple parables, were beginning to take root, promising a harvest of informed action, a testament to the enduring power of truth, even when spoken in the hushed tones of a gathering space in the forgotten sectors of Veridia. He had given them not just a voice, but the understanding to wield it. The resonance of Kale's words lingered, a palpable hum in the recycled air. It wasn't just the clarity of his economic revelations that had captivated the assembly, it was the man himself. His charisma wasn't the polished, distant allure of the city's overseers, who projected an image of aspirational unattainability. Kale's was a charisma born of empathy, a reflection of the very people he addressed. Alara observed how he moved among them, not as an orator on a raised platform, but as one of them, his presence grounding and reassuring. He had a way of making eye contact that felt personal, even in a crowd. When he spoke to an individual, he didn't just offer a platitude, he seemed to genuinely absorb their presence. She saw him pause after his discourse on value extraction, his gaze falling on an older woman whose hands, gnarled and stained, bore the marks of a lifetime of labor. He didn't ask her name out loud, but a subtle nod passed between them, a silent acknowledgement of shared experience that transcended spoken words. Later, he would approach her, not with the fanfare of a dignitary, but with the quiet respect of a neighbor. "Your grandson, Mara," he'd said, his voice a low rumble, "he's recovering well from the lung treatment." Mara, her face a mask of weathered resilience, had offered a small, grateful smile, a flicker of warmth in her usually stoic demeanor. It was these small, human interactions, these moments of genuine remembrance and concern, that wove the fabric of Kale's influence, binding him to the hearts of the people. He didn't just acknowledge their pain, he seemed to carry it with them. The subtle clenching of his jaw when discussing the hazardous working conditions in the lower sectors, the slight tremor in his hands as he described the persistent hunger faced by families, these weren't performances. They were visceral reactions, born from an intimate understanding that went beyond mere observation. He had walked their paths, breathed their air, felt the sting of their injustices. This shared vulnerability was the bedrock of his appeal. It allowed him to speak of their collective anger not as a call to blind fury, but as a righteous force that could be harnessed. "We feel the burn," he'd stated earlier, his voice a steady, reassuring presence amidst the undercurrent of simmering frustration that rippled through the crowd. The gnawing anger at the injustice. It's natural. It's human. They want us to turn that fire inward, to consume ourselves with bitterness and blame. They want us to believe that our struggles are unique, that we are alone in our suffering. But look around you, he urged, his eyes sweeping across the faces, a subtle plea for them to recognize their shared humanity. Look at your neighbor. See the same weariness in their eyes, the same calluses on their hands, the same worry etched on their brow. This anger is not a personal failing, it is a shared burden, a testament to the weight of this unjust system. He didn't preach stoicism or resignation. Instead, he offered a different path, one illuminated by the light of collective purpose. Rage, untamed, burns bright and fast, leaving only ashes, he explained, his voice a measured cadence. But channeled, focused, it becomes a forge. A forge where we can temper our resolve, where we can shape our destiny. They fear our unity, our ability to see ourselves in each other. They thrive on our division, our isolation. So, we must be deliberate in our connection. We must build bridges where they have erected walls. His language was rich with metaphor, drawing from the very tapestry of their lives. He spoke of the city's imposing spires not as symbols of progress, but as monuments built on the backs of their sacrifice, their shadows eclipsing the sun that should have warmed every sector equally. He described the omnipresent screens, broadcasting the curated narratives of prosperity, as veils, designed to obscure the harsh realities and lull them into a state of passive acceptance. They show you holographic simulations of opulent living, of effortless abundance, he'd articulated, his tone laced with a gentle mockery. They present these as the rewards of the system, attainable by all who are diligent. But these are not reflections of reality, they are carefully crafted illusions, designed to make you covet what is withheld from you, to blind you to the true cost of their progress. Think of the algae farms, meticulously tended by countless hands, providing the nutrient paste that sustains us. Then consider the refined bioluminescent delicacies that grace the tables of the upper sectors. The same fundamental resource, processed and rebranded. The value of our labor, diluted and repackaged for their consumption. He wove tales that resonated with their ancestral memories, stories of communal strength and mutual support that predated Veridia's sterile dominion. He spoke of the Elders' Council, in hushed tones, not as a council of rule, but as a network of wisdom, where knowledge was shared freely, and decisions were made for the collective good. He evoked the spirit of the harvest festivals, where abundance was celebrated not in individual acquisition, but in communal sharing, ensuring that no one went without. These were not just quaint anecdotes, they were blueprints for a different way of being, a stark contrast to the atomized existence Veridia imposed. They tell us we are individuals, competing for scarce resources, Cale declared, his voice rising with a controlled passion. They pit us against each other, neighbor against neighbor, sector against sector. But we are not solitary sparks, we are a constellation. Each light, though appearing small on its own, contributes to a larger brilliance. When one of us suffers, the entire constellation dims. When one of us rises, we all ascend. His appeal was universal, transcending the usual divisions of occupation and status within the lower sectors. He spoke to the sanitation engineers, whose tireless work kept the city from succumbing to its own refuse, acknowledging the vital role they played in maintaining a semblance of order. He addressed the hydroponic farmers, whose meticulous cultivation of synthetic crops ensured daily sustenance, recognizing their crucial contribution to the city's survival. Even the data scribes, tasked with the tedious cataloging of Veridia's endless stream of information, found their work validated. Cale saw value where the system saw only functionaries. Consider the nutrient paste, he explained to a group of hydroponic farmers, his gaze steady. You coax life from sterile vats, you ensure the calories, the proteins, the essential compounds that keep our bodies functioning. Your hands, calloused from the nutrient dispensers and the monitoring consoles, are the hands that feed Veridia. And yet, you yourselves subsist on the very same paste, your own nourishment a direct reflection of the baseline provision. The true surplus, the value generated by your skill and dedication, is rerouted, transformed into the synthesized delicacies that only the privileged few can access. To the sanitation engineers, he offered a different perspective. You navigate the underbelly of this city, the hidden channels where waste and forgotten refuse flow. You are the unseen guardians, preventing disease and decay from overwhelming us. The air you breathe, the substances you handle, these are the byproducts of a system that prioritizes outward appearance over internal health. Your role is not merely to clean, it is to mitigate the toxic legacy of their consumption. And for this, you receive what? A meager allocation of recycled air scrubbers and a wage that barely covers the cost of your own filtration units. His words created a powerful sense of shared identity, a collective, us that stood in opposition to the distant, impersonal, them. He didn't shy away from naming the forces at play, not with accusatory finger-pointing, but with clear, logical dissection. They are not monsters in dark cloaks, he'd said, his tone surprisingly measured. They are administrators of a system that has been carefully constructed to benefit those who own the infrastructure, those who control the flow of resources, those who hold the reins of information. We must understand the mechanics, not just feel the sting. He used analogies that were simple yet profound. He described the city's power grid as a vast circulatory system, with the upper sectors being the heart, pumping energy outwards for their enjoyment, while the lower sectors were the extremities, receiving only the dregs, the residual warmth. He spoke of the resource reallocation protocols, not as bureaucratic necessities, but as sophisticated mechanisms for siphoning wealth from those who produced it to those who merely controlled it. Imagine a river, he once elaborated, his hands carving the air to illustrate the flow. It springs forth from the earth, fed by countless tributaries, each one a source of life, of potential. The people who live along its banks draw sustenance, power their lives, nurture their communities. Now imagine a dam, built not to regulate the flow for the common good, but to hoard the water at its source, to channel it through intricate conduits to a single, opulent estate downstream. The estate flourishes, its gardens bloom year-round, its fountains dance. But the lands that once thrived, the communities that depended on the river's natural course, they wither. They are left with trickles, with the dry beds of what once was abundance. This, my friends, is the true nature of Varadia's progress. His charisma lay in his authenticity, in his unwavering gaze that seemed to penetrate the layers of manufactured consent. He never claimed to have all the answers, but he offered something more vital, the courage to ask the right questions, and the conviction that together, they could find the solutions. He fostered a sense of agency, transforming passive recipients of hardship into active architects of change. The anger he acknowledged was not a destructive force to be suppressed, but a potent energy to be harnessed, a signal fire that, when tended with wisdom and unity, could illuminate the path towards a more equitable future. He was not merely a speaker, he was a catalyst, a weaver of connections, a quiet storm of awakening in the heart of Varadia's dispossessed. The despondency that had clung to the assembly like the omnipresent dust of the lower sectors began to recede, replaced by a fragile, nascent hope. Cale's words, imbued with a quiet conviction that resonated deeper than any shouted slogan, were more than mere rhetoric, they were seeds planted in fertile ground, germinating in the minds and hearts of those who had long believed their reality immutable. He spoke not of rebellion for its own sake, but of reform, of a profound restructuring of the very foundations upon which Varadia was built. He painted a picture of a future where the exploitative tenets of capitalism, so long the instruments of their oppression, could be reoriented, twisted and reshaped to serve the collective good, rather than the insatiable appetites of a select few. The system we endure, Cale continued, his voice a steady balm against the raw edges of their collective grievance, is not an inevitable force of nature. It is a construct, a meticulously designed mechanism built for the extraction of value, not the cultivation of well-being. We have been conditioned to believe that competition is the sole driver of progress, that scarcity is an unchangeable law, and that our individual struggles are proof of our inadequacy. But what if we dared to imagine otherwise? He paused, allowing the question to hang in the air, inviting them to challenge their own ingrained assumptions. What if we envisioned a Varadia where the immense technological and productive capacity of this city was directed not towards the creation of ever more refined luxuries for the privileged, but towards ensuring that every single citizen has access to clean air, to nutritious sustenance, to safe and comfortable shelter? What if opportunity was not a lottery ticket for the fortunate few, but a fundamental right, guaranteed to all by the very society they help to sustain? His vision was radical, yet rooted in an almost forgotten practicality. He elaborated on the concept of a universal basic provision, not a handout, but a recognition of their inherent worth and their undeniable contribution to the city's existence. He spoke of ensuring that the nutrient paste, the lifeblood of the lower sectors, was not merely adequate, but abundant and diverse, tailored to the specific needs of every age and health condition. He described housing that was not cramped and precarious, but secure and dignified, built with the same ingenuity and resources that were currently poured into the opulent, sprawling estates of the upper echelons. He envisioned education not as a means to train subservient laborers, but as a gateway to self-discovery and societal contribution, accessible to all, regardless of their birth sector. Consider the immense energy consumed by the entertainment districts and the luxury biodomes of the upper sectors, Cale proposed, his gaze sweeping across the assembled faces, seeking out those who were beginning to lean forward, their expressions a mixture of skepticism and dawning curiosity. Now, imagine repurposing even a fraction of that energy to power community centers, to illuminate learning hubs, to provide robust climate control for collective living spaces. Imagine the surplus food generated by our hydroponic farms not being preferentially diverted to the confectionaries and culinary laboratories of the elite, but being distributed through community kitchens, ensuring that no child goes to bed hungry. This is not an impossible dream. It is a redirection of resources, a recalibration of priorities. It is capitalism, not as a predatory beast, but as a tool, wielded for the benefit of all its creators. Alara watched as the subtle shifts occurred within the crowd. A sanitation engineer, his face etched with the fatigue of countless shifts spent amidst the city's refuse, straightened his shoulders, a flicker of pride momentarily eclipsing his weariness. A data scribe, accustomed to the endless, anonymous cataloging of information, met Kale's gaze with a newfound spark of recognition. Even Mara, the older woman whose hands spoke of a lifetime of toil, her face usually a mask of resigned endurance, allowed a hint of a smile to soften her features. Kale was speaking their language, articulating aspirations that had been suppressed for so long they had almost been forgotten. He delved into the concept of a social dividend, a return on investment not for shareholders, but for the citizens whose labor and collective infrastructure made it all possible. Every pipe laid, every data stream maintained, every breath of recycled air filtered, he explained, is a contribution to the immense, complex organism that is Viridia. Why should the profits generated by this collective effort accrue solely to those who merely own the components, rather than to those who animate them? A social dividend would ensure that a portion of the wealth generated by our shared endeavors is returned directly to us, not as charity, but as a rightful share. It could fund universal healthcare, robust pension plans for our elder generations, and vital support for those facing unexpected hardship. It would be a tangible acknowledgement that we, the many, are the true engine of this city's prosperity. The notion of shared prosperity was a foreign concept in Viridia, where prosperity was a solitary, fiercely guarded prize. Kale, however, presented it not as a utopian fantasy, but as a logical extension of the city's own operational principles. He argued that a society where everyone's basic needs were met was not a drain on resources, but a bedrock of stability and innovation. When people were not consumed by the daily struggle for survival, they were free to contribute their unique talents, to pursue knowledge, to engage in creative endeavors. A population freed from the shackles of scarcity would be a more vibrant, more productive, and ultimately, more resilient population. Imagine, he urged, his voice gaining a gentle, persuasive rhythm, the burst of innovation that could occur if every child, from the moment they entered this world, knew that their future was not a precarious gamble, but a foundation of security upon which they could build. Think of the minds that are currently occupied with the immediate anxieties of hunger and shelter, minds that could instead be exploring new scientific frontiers, composing new forms of art, developing solutions to challenges we haven't even yet conceived. When we invest in the well-being of our citizens, we are not merely alleviating suffering, we are unlocking dormant potential on an unprecedented scale. He spoke of collective ownership, not in the rigid, monolithic sense that some historical ideologies had espoused, but in a more fluid, adaptable form. He suggested models where essential utilities, vital infrastructure, and key industries could be managed by public trusts, overseen by elected representatives from all sectors, ensuring that decisions were made with the public good as the paramount consideration. This was not about dismantling private enterprise, he clarified, but about ensuring that the most crucial elements of societal functioning were not subject to the whims of unchecked profit motives. Consider the water purification facilities, Kale posited, drawing another analogy from their lived experience. These are not services that should be subject to market fluctuations or the pursuit of maximum yield. They are fundamental to our existence. What if these facilities, and others like them, the power grids, the data networks, the primary food production centers, were managed by councils comprised of engineers, resource managers, and democratically elected citizens from every sector? Decisions about allocation, maintenance, and expansion would be transparent, accountable, and focused on equitable distribution, not on maximizing dividends for distant shareholders. This is about ensuring that the essential lifeblood of our city flows to all its veins, not just to a select few arteries. The resistance to such ideas had been deeply ingrained. For generations, they had been told that such systems were inefficient, corrupt, or simply impossible. Cale, however, countered these ingrained narratives not with angry pronouncements, but with reasoned explanations and relatable examples. He spoke of the inefficiencies inherent in the current system, the vast resources poured into security to protect the wealth of the few, the administrative bloat required to manage complex systems of extraction, the societal costs of widespread poverty and ill health. He argued that a system designed for equitable distribution would, in the long run, be far more efficient and far more stable. They tell us that competition breeds excellence, Cale observed, his tone tinged with a gentle critique. And indeed, individual ambition can drive innovation. But unchecked competition, when the stakes are survival, breeds desperation, exploitation, and ultimately, a race to the bottom. When our basic needs are met, we are free to compete on a higher plane, in the realm of ideas, of creativity, of societal betterment. We can collaborate on projects that benefit us all, knowing that our own security is not at stake. This is not about stifling ambition, it is about elevating its purpose. He acknowledged the fear that often accompanied such transformative ideas. Change, even positive change, could be unsettling. The familiar landscape of their struggles, however harsh, was known. The path to a different future, while inviting, was unmapped. It is natural to feel a tremor of apprehension, Cale admitted, his voice softening with empathy. We have been taught to fear the unknown, to cling to the familiar, even when the familiar is painful. But remember the seeds I spoke of earlier. They must break through the hardened earth to reach the sunlight. That breaking, that initial struggle, is the necessary prelude to growth. And you are not alone in this endeavor. You have each other. You have the collective strength and wisdom that has sustained you through generations of hardship. This is not about individual heroics, it is about our shared journey, our united will to forge a better path. He spoke of building bridges of solidarity across the artificial divides that Viridia had so carefully constructed. He encouraged the formation of local neighborhood councils, not for governance, but for mutual support and the identification of common needs. He envisioned intersectoral exchanges, where representatives from different occupational guilds could share their challenges and brainstorm solutions together, fostering a deeper understanding and appreciation for the diverse roles that contributed to the city's functioning. The strength of the sanitation engineer, Cale elaborated to a group of farmers, is not separate from the strength of the farmer. The health of the hydroponic vats depends on the cleanliness of the water channels, which in turn depends on the efficiency of the waste disposal systems. When the sanitation engineer suffers from respiratory ailments due to poor air quality, the entire chain is weakened. When the farmer's crops are compromised by contaminated water, the entire city feels the pinch. Our fates are intertwined. Recognizing this interconnectedness is the first step towards true collaboration, towards building a society that functions as a healthy, integrated organism, rather than a collection of isolated, competing cells. The concept of a restructured capitalism resonated because it offered a path forward that didn't require a complete dismantling of the existing economic infrastructure, but rather a fundamental reorientation of its purpose. It was an appeal to the inherent logic of their situation. If the current system was designed to extract value, then it could also be redesigned to distribute it. If its mechanisms led to inequality, then those same mechanisms could be recalibrated to foster equity. We are not asking for charity, Cale stated with firm resolve, his voice clear and unwavering. We are demanding a just return on our labor, a fair share of the prosperity we collectively create. We are advocating for a Viridia where the abundance generated by our sweat and ingenuity is used to uplift all its citizens, not merely to enrich a privileged few. This is not about envy, it is about fairness. It is not about destruction, it is about construction. It is about building a future where the potential of every individual is nurtured, where every citizen is valued, and where the promise of Viridia is realized not in the gilded cages of the elite, but in the thriving, interconnected communities of all its people. As the assembly dispersed, the air was no longer heavy with despair, but alive with a quiet, determined energy. The seeds of hope, carefully sown by Kale's words, had found fertile ground. They had been offered a glimpse of a future that was not only imaginable but achievable, a future where the ingrained narrative of scarcity and competition could be replaced by a story of shared responsibility and collective flourishing. The arduous journey ahead was understood, but for the first time in a long time, the path forward was illuminated by a light that promised not just survival, but a life of dignity and purpose for all. The weight of the world, which had settled upon Alara's shoulders like a permanent shroud, felt noticeably lighter as she navigated the throng of dispersing citizens. The lingering resonance of Kale's words echoed not just in her ears, but in the very marrow of her bones, igniting a spark that had been dormant for far too long. It wasn't the fiery passion of outright rebellion that Kale had ignited, but something far more potent. A reasoned, deeply felt conviction that a different reality was not just possible, but within their grasp. She observed the faces around her, seeing not just exhaustion and resignation, but a subtle, yet profound, shift. In the eyes of a factory worker, usually dulled by the relentless rhythm of the assembly line, she saw a glimmer of curiosity, a questioning of the status quo. A young courier, whose life was a blur of precarious deliveries between sectors, paused, his gaze fixed on some distant, newly visible horizon. Even the stoic faces of the security detail, tasked with maintaining order in the very system Kale so eloquently deconstructed, seemed to hold a flicker of unease, perhaps even a grudging respect. This wasn't just a gathering, it was a crucible. The shared hardship of the lower sectors had forged a common bond, a silent understanding born of years of shared struggle. Kale's message had provided the articulation for those unspoken grievances, the blueprint for a future that transcended mere survival. Alara felt it too, a burgeoning sense of purpose, a quiet certainty that she was no longer merely an inhabitant of Veridia, but a potential architect of its transformation. The cynicism that had been her armor, the protective layer against perpetual disappointment, began to crack, revealing the raw, hopeful core beneath. She saw herself not just as Alara, the scavenger of forgotten parts, but as Alara, a contributor, a builder, a voice in a chorus that was beginning to find its harmony. As she walked back towards her cramped hab unit, the air seemed to hum with a new energy. The usual cacophony of the lower sectors, the hiss of leaky conduits, the distant rumble of transport vehicles, the muted cries of street vendors, was now overlaid with a subtler sound, the murmur of conversation, hushed but intense. The words were being passed, not broadcasted through official channels, but whispered from one soul to another, carried on the currents of shared experience. "Did you hear what he said about the social dividend?" Someone behind her enthused, their voice barely audible above the ambient noise. "A share for us, for our work." Another voice, laced with skepticism but tinged with a desperate hope, replied, "It sounds too good to be true. But what if?" This was the genesis, not a thunderous decree, but a persistent, pervasive whisper that was growing in volume and intensity. Kale's vision of a restructured capitalism, of universal basic provision, of collective ownership of essential services, these were not abstract theories being debated in sterile auditoriums. They were potent ideas, landing directly into the lives of people who understood scarcity in their gut, who knew the gnawing ache of hunger, the chilling discomfort of inadequate shelter, the crushing weight of unfulfilled potential. The message was spreading with an organic, viral intensity, propelled by the very nature of Veridia's interconnected, yet segregated, society. It traveled through the nutrient-paced queues, where shared meals were often accompanied by shared grievances. It flowed through the maintenance tunnels, where workers from different guilds exchanged information and observations during their shifts. It found its way into the data streams, not through official channels, but through clandestine networks and shared comm links, where the seeds of dissent could find fertile ground away from the watchful eyes of the enforcers. The common experiences of the lower sectors acted as a powerful amplifier. When Kale spoke of nutrient paste being insufficient, every individual who had ever choked down the bland, life-sustaining goo understood the visceral truth of his words. When he described the precariousness of their housing, the constant threat of structural failure or displacement, every resident of the densely packed hab blocks felt a chill of recognition. His vision of education as a gateway, not a conduit for indoctrination, resonated with the countless bright minds stunted by the limited opportunities afforded to them by birth. Each point he made was not a theoretical proposition, but a lived reality, translated into a compelling argument for change. Alara found herself drawn into these hushed conversations. She would pause by a stall, pretending to examine wares, while discreetly listening to the exchanges happening around her. She saw the flicker of understanding in the eyes of a textile worker, the nod of agreement from a sanitation technician, the thoughtful frown of a data entry clerk. These weren't organized rallies, they were quiet moments of awakening, sparks igniting in the collective consciousness. The movement wasn't being built by decrees from a charismatic leader alone, it was being woven, thread by thread, by the everyday interactions of people who suddenly saw a shared path forward. Kale had provided the vision, but the people themselves were now taking ownership of it, adapting it to their own experiences, and disseminating it through their own networks. The sheer novelty of Kale's propositions was disarming. For so long, the narrative of Veridia had been one of inherent scarcity and unalterable hierarchy. The benevolent capitalism, as the upper sectors framed it, was a system designed to maximize efficiency and profit, and the lower sectors were simply the necessary, if unfortunate, cost of doing business. Any suggestion that this system could be fundamentally altered, that its benefits could be more equitably distributed, was met with derision, or worse, with the chilling silence of the city's internal security apparatus. But Kale's approach was different. He didn't preach revolution in the streets, he offered a reasoned, almost logical, argument for a restructured capitalism. He proposed not a dismantling, but a reorientation, a redirection of the city's immense productive capacity towards the well-being of all its inhabitants. This restructured capitalism was the key. It was a concept that appealed to the pragmatism forged in the fires of necessity. It acknowledged the existing structures, the intricate web of production and distribution that defined Veridia, but sought to imbue it with a new purpose. Instead of profit maximization being the sole objective, the well-being of the citizenry became the ultimate metric of success. This was a radical departure from the dogma that had governed their lives for generations. It suggested that the immense wealth and technological prowess of Veridia were not inherently destined for the aggrandizement of the few, but could be harnessed to ensure a dignified existence for all. Alara found herself thinking about the waste management systems she knew so intimately. The sheer volume of discarded materials, the energy expended in processing and reprocessing, the pollution generated, all of it was a testament to an economic model that prioritized consumption and obsolescence. Kale's vision offered a stark alternative. What if that same ingenuity and resourcefulness were directed towards creating a truly circular economy, where waste was minimized, resources were conserved, and the benefits of efficient production were shared? The idea of a social dividend, a direct return on their collective labor, was particularly intoxicating. It challenged the fundamental notion that their work merely produced profit for others. It posited that their work created value for themselves, a value that was rightfully theirs to share. The movement was gaining momentum not through organized protests or overt defiance, but through a quiet, yet insistent, permeation of consciousness. It was in the shared glances between strangers on a crowded transport, in the hushed conversations in communal eating halls, in the discreet exchanges of information between colleagues. Each shared thought, each whispered question, was a brick being laid in the foundation of something new. Alara saw it in the way people looked at their tools, at their work, at their neighbors. There was a newfound sense of agency, a dawning realization that their collective existence was not a predetermined fate, but a canvas upon which they could begin to paint a different future. The concept of universal basic provision was particularly potent. For those who lived on the knife edge of scarcity, the promise of guaranteed access to nutritious food, clean water, and safe shelter was not a luxury. It was the very foundation of a life worth living. It meant freedom from the constant gnawing anxiety that had defined their days. It meant the possibility of dreaming beyond the next meal, beyond the next rent cycle. Alara imagined a Veridia where children weren't stunted by malnutrition, where families weren't forced to live in overcrowded, unsafe conditions. This wasn't about handouts, it was about recognizing their inherent right to a dignified existence, a right that had been systematically denied. The message was spreading through the capillaries of the city, the unseen networks that connected the disparate lives of its inhabitants. It was being disseminated not by charismatic orators on elevated platforms, but by ordinary people in the mundane spaces of their lives. A grizzled technician, sharing a moment of respite with a fellow worker, might recount Cale's words about energy redirection, sparking a conversation about the wasteful extravagance of the upper sectors. A food server, overhearing a snippet of a hushed discussion, might carry the idea back to their own community, sowing seeds of thought. Alara herself became a conduit. She found herself engaging in conversations she would have previously avoided, her newfound conviction overriding her ingrained reticence. She spoke to her neighbors, to the vendors at the market, to anyone who seemed receptive. She didn't preach, she shared, she questioned, she explained Cale's vision in terms that resonated with their daily lives. She spoke of the nutrient paste, not as a staple, but as a potential source of diverse, nourishing sustenance. She spoke of housing, not as a precarious shelter, but as a secure and dignified space. She spoke of education, not as a means to servitude, but as a path to self-discovery. The word, movement, felt both too grand and too inadequate. It wasn't a structured organization with clear leadership and defined goals, at least not yet. It was more of an awakening, a collective consciousness shift that was happening organically, person by person, conversation by conversation. It was fueled by shared grievances, amplified by Cale's compelling vision, and sustained by the quiet, determined hope that was beginning to bloom in the once barren soil of their existence. The underbelly of Viridia, long seen as a place of despair and stagnation, was now stirring with a potent, if nascent, energy. The whispers were growing louder, coalescing into a unified murmur, the first notes of a song that promised a different future. It was the voice of the people, finally finding its melody. Chapter 4. The Divide Widens. The gilded cage of Viridia's elite was a marvel of engineering and opulence, a stark counterpoint to the utilitarian gray of the lower sectors. These were not mere residences, they were fortresses of wealth, self-contained ecosystems designed to shield their inhabitants from the inconvenient realities of the world beyond their shimmering walls. Imagine sprawling estates, nestled in the carefully manicured hills that overlook the city's relentless sprawl, their boundaries marked not by fences, but by shimmering, invisible energy fields that pulsed with a silent, potent warning. These were the Ares, as they were often called, Ares from which Viridia's titans of industry, its magnates of data, and its architects of social control surveyed their dominion. Alara, on a rare, high-priority delivery that had taken her into the upper echelons of Sector Alpha, found herself momentarily passing through one such boundary. It was a fleeting glimpse, a jarring sensory overload that etched itself into her memory. The air itself seemed different, cleaner, imbued with a faint, pleasant aroma, synthesized floral notes, she surmised, a far cry from the recycled, metallic tang that permeated her own district. The ground beneath her feet, even on the periphery of these domains, was not the worn ferrocrete she knew, but a polished composite, reflecting the impossibly blue sky like a still lake. She'd been instructed to deliver a small, hermetically sealed package to a reception nexus, a discreet drop-off point, designed to minimize contact. As her transport hovered, waiting for clearance, she saw it. Through a gap in the impossibly tall, sculpted hedges, she caught sight of a structure that defied logic. It was less a house, more a crystalline bloom, its facets catching the sunlight and scattering it into 1,000 dazzling rainbows. Transparent walls revealed impossibly verdant interiors, not just potted plants, but entire artificial biomes, complete with miniature waterfalls and simulated sunlight that mimicked a perfect, eternal day. Figures moved within, silhouetted against the light. They wore fabrics that shimmered with an unnatural luminescence, their movements fluid and unhurried, a stark contrast to the hurried, often frantic, pace of life below. One figure, in particular, caught her eye. Dressed in what appeared to be woven light, they stood on a balcony overlooking a vast, private expanse of what looked like a natural lake, though Alara knew such pristine bodies of water were extinct in the city's confines. The individual raised a glass, not of nutrient paste or recycled water, but of something that sparkled with effervescence. Their laughter, carried faintly on the manufactured breeze, a sound of pure, unburdened joy, or perhaps, pure, unburdened indulgence. The package was retrieved by a silent, gliding automaton, its metallic chassis gleaming, devoid of the scuffs and grime that marked every piece of equipment in the lower sectors. No human hands touched it. No human face acknowledged her existence. She was a ghost, a necessary, invisible cog in a machine that served a different master. As her transport retreated, the energy field shimmering back into place behind her, Alara felt a familiar knot tighten in her stomach, a sensation far more profound than mere envy. It was a chilling recognition of the chasm that separated her reality from the one she had just glimpsed. This was not just about possessing more. It was about inhabiting a different dimension of existence. The fortresses of the elite were not merely homes. They were declarations of independence from the shared struggles of Veridia. Within their walls, the concept of scarcity was an abstract notion, a quaint historical footnote discussed in hushed tones, if at all. They dined on synthesized delicacies that mimic the flavors of long-extinct fruits and meats, their meals prepared by automated chefs or highly trained culinary artists whose skills were deemed too valuable to be squandered on the general populace. Their entertainment was curated, bespoke experiences, holographic simulations of exotic worlds, private concerts by renowned artists whose performances were exclusive to this rarefied stratum, or simply gatherings where the art of conversation, lubricated by the finest synthesized spirits, was elevated to a performance in itself. These gatherings were legendary, whispered about in the lower sectors with a mixture of awe and resentment. The annual, Chrono Gala, for instance, held in a specially constructed zero-gravity ballroom suspended above the city's central spire, where guests floated through an evening of molecular gastronomy and avant-garde performances. Or the Symposium of the Unseen, a private retreat held in a biodome sanctuary in the city's reclaimed wilderness zones, where Veridia's most powerful minds, those who truly pulled the strings, discussed the future of humanity, safe from the clamor of the uninitiated. These were not mere parties, they were strategic alliances, markets for influence, and elaborate displays of power, all cloaked in the guise of leisure and social engagement. Alara remembered a fragmented data packet she'd once stumbled upon during a scavenging run, a corrupted file from a discarded personal datapad belonging to someone who had clearly lived in the upper echelons. It contained snippets of conversations, blurred holographic images of lavish banquets, and casual references to expenditures that would sustain her entire HAB block for years. One entry, a fleeting thought recorded by a wealthy industrialist, spoke of the inefficiency of the masses, and the necessary streamlining of resource allocation, a chillingly detached perspective that viewed human lives as mere variables in an economic equation. The casualness with which this individual spoke of resource allocation, a euphemism for the rationing and deprivations that defined life for everyone else, was more infuriating than any overt act of cruelty. The starkness of the contrast was intentional, a deliberate byproduct of Veridia's meticulously stratified design. The architects of the city, in their pursuit of ultimate control and efficiency, had created not just a physical divide, but a perceptual one. The elite lived in a curated reality, a bubble of manufactured perfection, while the rest of Veridia subsisted in a state of managed scarcity. This wasn't an accident, it was a foundational principle. By ensuring that the governing class was insulated from the consequences of their decisions, the system perpetuated itself. Their comfort was paramount, their security absolute, and their detachment from the struggles of the majority was the bedrock upon which their power rested. She had seen it on other rare occasions, too. A delivery to a club, not the communal recreation hubs of the lower sectors, but an exclusive establishment where membership fees were astronomical, accessible only to a select few. The entrance was discreet, a mere unmarked portal in an otherwise nondescript building, but the air within hummed with a different kind of energy. Through a momentarily opened door, she'd glimpsed a scene of languid decadence, individuals reclining on plush, custom-designed furniture, sipping drinks that glowed with internal light, engaged in animated conversations punctuated by bursts of laughter. The walls were adorned with what looked like original artworks, each piece undoubtedly worth more than Alara could earn in a lifetime. The music was a sophisticated, complex melody, a world away from the repetitive, functional beats that sometimes played in the communal areas below. It was the sheer lack of concern that struck her most deeply. These were not people actively trying to be cruel, they were simply so far removed from the realities of hardship that it ceased to exist as a tangible concept for them. When Cale spoke of the social dividend, of a universal basic provision, he was articulating ideas that were, by definition, alien to their lived experience. For them, provision was not a right, but a reward, not a foundation, but a consequence of success. Their fortresses were not just physical structures, they were psychological ramparts, designed to keep the uncomfortable truths of Veridia at bay. The contrast was a constant, silent indictment of the system. Alara recalled another instance, a particularly arduous delivery that required her to navigate a service route adjacent to one of the primary residential sectors for the ultra-wealthy. The route itself was a testament to the divide, a narrow, utilitarian corridor, perpetually shrouded in the shadows of the colossal, gleaming structures that towered above. But even in that grim environment, she'd seen glimpses. Through vast, panoramic windows, she'd observed families engaged in what appeared to be intimate moments, children playing in rooms filled with impossibly advanced toys, parents interacting with them with a warmth and freedom from distraction that felt like a luxury beyond comprehension. One window, in particular, had drawn her attention. It belonged to a sprawling penthouse suite, where a solitary figure sat at an enormous desk, bathed in the soft glow of multiple holographic displays. The figure was engrossed in work, yes, but the setting was one of almost absurd comfort. A personal atmospheric regulator maintained a perfect temperature, a kinetic sculpture on a nearby table rotated silently, and a small, genetically engineered songbird perched on the edge of the desk, trilling a delicate melody. The sheer effortlessness of their existence was what was so unnerving. Every amenity, every comfort, every distraction was seamlessly integrated, catering to their every whim, their every need anticipated and met before it was even fully formed. These weren't just homes, they were personalized paradises, meticulously crafted environments where the outside world, with its messiness and its suffering, was kept at bay by an invisible, yet impenetrable, cordon of wealth and privilege. The fortresses of the elite were the ultimate expression of Veridia's inherent inequality, physical manifestations of a social hierarchy so profound that it had created separate realities for those at the top and those at the bottom. And Alara, catching these fleeting, jarring glimpses, felt the chasm widen, the sense of injustice deepen, and the desperate need for Cale's words to take root, to offer a promise of a different Veridia, a Veridia where such fortresses, and the stark divisions they represented, would finally crumble. The extravagance she witnessed wasn't just wasteful, it was a deliberate, systemic reinforcement of the very divide that Cale was working to dismantle. Each shimmering facet of those opulent estates was a silent testament to the billions of unacknowledged needs, the countless unmet potentials, and the silent suffering of the many, all sacrificed at the altar of the few. The whispers began subtly, like a persistent, almost imperceptible hum beneath the cacophony of the lower sectors. At first, Alara dismissed them as the usual static of Veridia's underbelly, fragmented rumors, half-baked conspiracies, the idle chatter of minds desperate for an escape from the grinding monotony of their existence. But the hum grew louder, more insistent, and soon, the source became alarmingly clear. It wasn't spontaneous discontent, it was orchestrated. The conduits of information, those omnipresent screens that flickered in every communal hub, every dimly lit corridor, and even, through clandestine downloads, within the scant privacy of individual hab units, began to shift their focus. The hard news, the reports on resource allocation discrepancies, the official pronouncements that often skirted the truth, were gradually relegated to the periphery. In their place, a new narrative emerged, a glittering tapestry woven from the threads of triviality and manufactured outrage. The elite, those who resided in the glassine areas above, had long understood the power of perception. They didn't need to actively suppress dissent, they could simply drown it out. Their media empires, vast and interconnected, were masters of this art. Suddenly, the airwaves were flooded with the salacious details of the personal lives of minor public figures, rumored affairs, extravagant spending sprees on synthesized baubles, petty feuds played out in public forums. It was a relentless barrage of gossip, designed to be addictive, to capture the fleeting attention of a populace starved for anything other than their own struggles. Alara found herself caught in the undertow of this manufactured storm. While on a routine cargo run through Sector Gamma, the communal screen in a crowded transit lounge, usually dedicated to public service announcements and weather forecasts, was blaring a sensational exposé. A prominent council member, a man whose policies had directly contributed to the recent water rationing in several lower districts, was embroiled in a scandal involving an illicit import of rare, bioengineered orchids. The details were excruciatingly vivid, the images of the opulent, illicit greenhouse displayed with dramatic flair, juxtaposed with the supposed hypocrisy of a man who enjoyed forbidden floral luxuries while his constituents thirsted. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled crowd. Anger, hot and visceral, surged through them. But it wasn't directed at the man's detrimental policies, or the systemic inequalities that made such orchids a symbol of obscene wealth. No, the anger was focused on the orchids, on the perceived deception, the personal indulgence, the sheer audacity of his secret horticultural hobby. Alara watched, a cold dread settling in her stomach, as the conversation around her shifted. People who had been complaining bitterly about their meager water rations just moments before were now vehemently denouncing the council members' horticultural indiscretions. "Can you believe it?" a woman beside Alara hissed, her eyes wide with a mixture of disgust and morbid fascination. "Orchids, while we're lining up for our daily leader. It's an insult," a burly man grumbled, clenching his fist. "He's living in luxury, flaunting his wealth in secret." Alara wanted to scream, to point out the larger crime, the systemic rot that allowed such wealth disparity to exist in the first place. She wanted to remind them of the vote they had collectively cast for this council member, based on promises that now seemed as hollow as the empty water tanks in their homes. But the tide of collective outrage was too strong, the shared focus too narrow. The council members' personal failings had become the sole target, a convenient lightning rod for all their frustrations. This wasn't an isolated incident. It was a pattern, a deliberate strategy of misdirection. The media, always eager to chase the most sensational headlines, happily amplified these manufactured dramas. They dissected every nuance of the orchid scandal, every whispered rumor about the council member's private life, turning a complex issue of systemic inequality into a tawdry personal soap opera. The real problems, the widening economic chasm, the dwindling resources, the oppressive social controls, were buried under an avalanche of celebrity scandals and manufactured moral panics. Kale, ever the keen observer, had noticed it too. During one of their clandestine meetings in the grimy underbelly of Sector Delta, surrounded by the stench of industrial waste and the ceaseless drone of machinery, he had expressed his frustration. "They're playing us like instruments, Alara," he'd said, his voice low and urgent. "Every time we get close to a genuine conversation about what's broken, about what needs fixing, they unleash a new diversion. A new scapegoat, a new manufactured crisis to keep us looking the other way." He pointed to a flickering screen on a nearby derelict food vendor stall, displaying a heated debate between two commentators about a rising social media personality's questionable fashion choices. "Look at that. Hours of airtime dedicated to synthesized silk and designer footwear, while the nutrient-paced rations in this very sector were cut by another 10% this cycle. 10%. And who's talking about it? Nobody. They're too busy dissecting whether Alara's latest holographic gown was bold or uninspired." The elite understood that a united populace, aware of their shared predicament, was a dangerous entity. Disunity, on the other hand, was a potent sedative. By fostering division, by creating tribal allegiances based on trivial matters, they could effectively paralyze any movement towards collective action. They encouraged the formation of online echo chambers, where individuals could reinforce their pre-existing biases, whether it was outrage over a pop star's political endorsement or a fierce debate about the merits of synthetic versus lab-grown meats. These were carefully cultivated battlegrounds, designed to absorb and dissipate all energy, all passion, leaving nothing left for the genuine struggle against oppression. Alara saw it in her own interactions. Friends and acquaintances, usually concerned with the immediate realities of survival, would engage in heated arguments about manufactured controversies. One week, it was the alleged corruption within a popular entertainment guild. The next, it was a supposed conspiracy surrounding a new brand of recreational stimulants that promised fleeting euphoria. The energy that could have been channeled into organizing, into sharing resources, into demanding better from their overlords, was instead spent on these ephemeral skirmishes. She recalled a conversation with her neighbor, an older woman named Anya, who usually possessed a sharp, pragmatic mind. Anya had been incandescent with rage, not about the recent inexplicable power outages that had plunged their hab block into darkness for days, but about a fabricated scandal involving a prominent philanthropist who was accused of exploiting child laborers in his artisanal synth leather workshops. Anya, who had herself worked in similar workshops in her youth, and whose own grandchildren were facing precarious employment prospects, was railing against the philanthropist's personal moral failings. "It's a disgrace," Anya declared, her voice trembling with indignation. "To think he presents himself as a benefactor, and all the while, he's bleeding these poor children dry." Alara gently tried to steer the conversation. "Anya, those workshops, they're just a symptom, aren't they? The real problem is that the system allows for such exploitation in the first place. It's the lack of oversight, the demand for cheap labor that drives these practices." Anya waved a dismissive hand. Of course. But that man, he needs to be held accountable. His reputation should be ruined. He should face justice." The demand for justice was a powerful, yet ultimately hollow, rallying cry. It focused on individual punishment, on moral outrage, rather than on the systemic change that would prevent such injustices from occurring again. The elite were adept at sacrificing a few scapegoats, a disgraced politician, a disgraced industrialist, to create the illusion of accountability, while the underlying structures of power remained firmly intact. The strategy was insidious because it preyed on genuine human emotions: anger, a sense of fairness, a desire for justice. But it channeled these powerful forces into cul-de-sacs, into dead ends. By constantly offering up new targets, new outrages, the ruling class kept the populace perpetually reacting, perpetually defensive, never proactively questioning the fundamental nature of the system that created these problems. Alara noticed how quickly the public's attention could be redirected. An issue that had dominated conversations for days, sparking widespread anger and debate, could vanish overnight, replaced by a new, equally compelling distraction. It was as if the collective consciousness of Veridia had the attention span of a mayfly, constantly flitting from one shiny object to the next, never pausing long enough to truly grapple with the persistent, underlying decay. The controlled media outlets were not just purveyors of gossip, they were architects of distraction. They meticulously crafted narratives that pitted segments of the population against each other. Debates were framed not as disagreements over policy, but as clashes of fundamental values. Issues of economic inequality were subtly reframed as matters of personal responsibility versus societal dependency. The working class was encouraged to resent the unemployed to resent those receiving even the meagerest social dividends, and everyone to resent the vaguely defined others, who were supposedly siphoning off resources or undermining societal norms. One particularly egregious example involved a manufactured debate about genetic purity. While the city grappled with severe environmental degradation and the long-term health effects of unchecked industrial pollution, the media breathlessly reported on the supposed rise of a clandestine movement promoting genetic enhancement among the elite, and conversely, the supposed prevalence of genetic defects in the lower sectors. This played into deeply ingrained prejudices, creating a new avenue for division and resentment. People who were suffering from illnesses caused by toxic waste dumps were now being subtly, or not so subtly, blamed for their own compromised health, their ailments framed as inherent biological flaws rather than the direct consequence of systemic neglect. Alara felt a growing weariness. It was exhausting to navigate this landscape, to try and hold onto what was real, what mattered, when the world was constantly being painted over with illusions. Kale's words, about the art of diversion, began to resonate with a chilling clarity. It wasn't just about keeping people busy, it was about actively misdirecting their anger, their energy, their very sense of purpose. By creating a constant state of manufactured crisis and outrage, the ruling class ensured that the populace remained perpetually on the defensive, consumed by the immediate, the sensational, the trivial, and utterly incapable of looking up, of seeing the architect of their misery, of uniting to demand something more. The gilded cages of the elite, with their flawless aesthetics and their carefully curated realities, were not just physically distant, they were a world away, shielded by an impenetrable fog of distraction, a fog that Veridia's ruling class expertly pumped into the atmosphere of the lower sectors, ensuring that the light of genuine change could never penetrate. The divide was widening, not just in physical space and economic disparity, but in the very fabric of public perception, a chasm built from manufactured scandals and expertly deployed distractions. The whispers were no longer confined to the shadowed alleys and hushed communions of the lower sectors. They had begun to seep upwards, like a corrosive vapor, into the strata that had once prided themselves on their insulation. This was the hollowed middle, the once sturdy buffer between the glittering spires and the grimy depths, now crumbling from within. It was a demographic that had, for generations, subscribed to the Viridian covenant: work hard, play by the rules, and a comfortable, if not opulent, existence was your due. But the rules had changed, subtly at first, then with a brutal, undeniable acceleration. Alara saw the first tangible signs of this erosion in the vacant storefronts that began to punctuate the once bustling commercial avenues of Sector Beta. These weren't the derelict husks of the truly impoverished sectors, but places that had, until recently, represented aspiration. The Gilded Sprout, a boutique selling handcrafted synth textiles and artisanal nutrient pastes, had shutters permanently drawn. Its proprietor, a woman named Anya whom Alara knew from the Communal Hydroponics Guild, had been a symbol of quiet success. She'd invested her life savings, worked 18-hour days, and built a loyal clientele who valued her quality and unique offerings. Now, Anya was a ghost, her dreams repossessed, her business liquidated. Alara encountered her by chance at a ration distribution point, her once bright eyes hollowed with a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. They just kept raising the tariffs, Alara, Anya had said, her voice raspy, clutching a meager ration pack as if it were a lifeline. The transit fees for my suppliers, the energy surcharges for my shop, even the licensing fees for my display screens. Every cycle, another hike. It was like they were slowly strangling me, just to see me squirm. She recounted how she'd tried to negotiate, to find efficiencies, even to take out a loan from a microfinance cooperative, a predatory entity that offered quick cash at astronomical interest rates, essentially a debt trap disguised as an opportunity. They promised it would tide me over, Anya admitted, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. Tide me over into deeper water. The interest alone, it was a monster. This was the new reality for many in the middle strata. The constant, gnawing pressure of escalating costs, not for luxuries, but for the very basics of maintaining a livelihood. It was the small business owners, the independent artisans, the mid-level technicians, the teachers, the nurses, those who formed the backbone of any stable society, finding themselves squeezed between the insatiable demands of the ultra-wealthy conglomerates and the exploitative financial mechanisms that served them. They were not poor enough to qualify for any meaningful assistance, nor wealthy enough to weather the storm. They were simply vanishing. Alara's own life had become a testament to this creeping precarity. As a licensed interstellar cargo pilot, she had once enjoyed a respectable position. Her ship, the Stardust Drifter, was her own, a source of pride and a symbol of her hard-won independence. But the regulations had tightened, the flight path permits had become prohibitively expensive, and the mandatory technological upgrades, touted as safety enhancements, were essentially a backdoor tax. Each upgrade demanded capital she didn't have, forcing her to consider selling the Drifter to a conglomerate that could absorb the costs, effectively turning her into a hired hand. Her autonomy dissolved. She'd taken to supplementing her income by undertaking clandestine, low-orbit courier jobs, skirting regulations and risking her license, all to keep the Drifter fueled and herself fed. The financial instruments designed to manage and grow wealth had morphed into instruments of extraction. Alara witnessed it firsthand when her mechanic, a gruff but honest man named Jax, confided in her. Jax ran a small, independent repair shop, renowned for his skill in keeping older atmospheric processors and transport vehicles running. He was struggling. The big corporate depots, he'd grumbled, wiping grease from his brow, they get bulk discounts on parts that we can only dream of. And their service contracts, they lock clients in for cycles. Plus, this new, efficiency tax, the council slapped on us for operating, non-essential, services. They want us gone, Alara. They want to consolidate everything, so they can charge us an arm and a leg for every bolt and circuit. Jax had been forced to dismiss 2 of his apprentices, bright young individuals he'd been training to take over the business. Now, they were adrift, their skills potentially useless in a market dominated by a few monolithic entities. He confessed that he was considering selling out to OmniCorp Mechanical, a notoriously ruthless subsidiary of the largest industrial consortium. The offer was insultingly low, but it represented a guaranteed, albeit meager, payout, a way to escape the crushing debt he'd accrued trying to keep his business afloat. It's like they're playing a game of economic attrition, Jax had lamented, his usual gruffness replaced by a profound sadness. They don't need to crush us with force. They just need to bleed us dry, little by little, until we can't afford to stand anymore. This was the hollowed middle, a space where dignity and stability were slowly being eroded, not by overt oppression, but by a relentless, invisible pressure. The narrative spun by the elite, the glossy propaganda depicting a city thriving on innovation and prosperity, were a cruel mockery of this reality. The screens that blared manufactured outrage in the lower sectors were less relevant here. The middle strata were not being distracted by trivialities, they were being systematically dismantled by the very economic systems that were supposed to reward their contributions. They were the forgotten victims, the silent casualties in a war waged with spreadsheets and interest rates. Alara recalled a conversation with her former mentor, a respected historian named Professor Thorne, who had been forced into early retirement due to budgetary reallocations, a euphemism for being deemed too expensive and too inconvenient. Thorne now lectured for a pittance to small, illicit study groups in the dimly lit rec rooms of forgotten hab blocks. His passion for understanding verity is past a stark contrast to the city's determined erasure of its present. They've perfected the art of economic exclusion, Alara, Thorne had explained, his voice frail but his eyes still sharp. It's not about eliminating the middle class directly, it's about making their existence untenable. They create an environment where only the massive, the monopolistic, can survive. The small businesses, the independent professionals, the skilled artisans, they are the inconvenient remnants of a less efficient era. They require personalized service, fair pricing, a human touch. These are externalities the new economic order cannot accommodate. He spoke of the subtle shift in the city's infrastructure itself. The once accessible public transit routes were being scaled back in favor of express lines connecting elite enclaves directly to corporate headquarters. The community cultural centers, vital hubs for education and engagement, were shuttered, their spaces absorbed by extensions of corporate office complexes. Even the educational system was subtly recalibrating, with funding being siphoned away from generalist programs towards hyper-specialized vocational training designed to feed directly into the demands of the mega-corporations. The broad intellectual curiosity that had defined the aspiration of the middle class was being deemed a luxury, an inefficiency. Think of it as a slow, deliberate draining of the swamp, Thorne had mused, a flicker of his old academic fire returning. They don't need to drain it all at once. They just need to lower the water level gradually, until all the small creatures stranded on the drying mud are easy prey for the larger predators. And the larger predators, in this case, are the conglomerates. They're not building new systems, they're absorbing the old ones, piece by agonizing piece. And the people who once thrived in those systems, they're left with nothing. This was the insidious nature of the divide widening. It wasn't just the stark contrast between the soaring towers of the elite and the shadowed depths of the underclass. It was the quiet, systematic hollowing out of the space in between. The professions that had offered a degree of comfort and respectability were becoming increasingly precarious. Doctors found their practices swallowed by corporate healthcare networks. Lawyers were forced to specialize in the labyrinthine regulations of mergers and acquisitions, and even creative professionals were finding their commissions dwindling as AI-generated content became cheaper and more readily available. Alara found herself increasingly interacting with individuals who were living this slow-motion collapse. She met a former architect, skilled in sustainable urban design, who was now driving an automated sanitation unit. His talent for crafting beautiful, livable spaces rendered obsolete by cost-cutting measures that prioritized utility and mass production. She encountered a teacher who, despite her dedication and excellent performance, was forced to work 3 separate part-time teaching gigs across different educational districts, none offering benefits or job security, simply to earn enough to keep her small family housed. The narrative of meritocracy and hard work, once the bedrock of middle-class aspiration, had become a cruel joke. The sheer exhaustion that permeated these conversations was palpable. It wasn't just the financial strain, it was the psychological toll of constant uncertainty, of watching one's carefully constructed life unravel without a clear antagonist, without a definable enemy to rally against. The enemy was the system itself, a nebulous, ever-shifting landscape of regulations, tariffs, and financial instruments that seemed designed to punish stability and reward unchecked accumulation. This erosion of the middle was perhaps the most dangerous development in Veridia's deepening divide. For decades, the middle class had been the silent guarantor of social order, the bulwark against the extremes. They were invested in the system, believing in its promises, and their stability acted as a damper on widespread discontent. But as that stability vanished, so too did their faith. They were becoming disillusioned, resentful, and increasingly desperate. Some, like Anya and Jax, were being pushed towards the precipice of destitution. Others, in their desperation, were becoming susceptible to the more extreme ideologies that began to fester in the vacuum left by their fading hopes. The hollowed middle was becoming fertile ground for radicalization, a testament to the fact that a society without a substantial, stable buffer between its extremes was a society teetering on the edge of collapse. The widening divide was not just a matter of economics. It was a fundamental fracturing of the social contract, with the once proud middle ground crumbling into dust. The whispers, once confined to the grimy underbelly of the city, had now become a roar, an inescapable cacophony that echoed in the very streets Alara navigated. The hollowed middle wasn't just a concept of evaporating financial stability, it was a visceral, tangible reality manifesting in the city's neglected spaces. The glittering spires of the affluent districts, once a symbol of aspiration, now seemed to cast longer, more menacing shadows, eclipsing the growing pockets of destitution that festered at their feet. The divide was no longer a subtle erosion, it was a chasm, and its most visible scar was the proliferation of the homeless. Alara found herself increasingly forced to witness this blight. Her roots as a cargo pilot, once meticulously planned to avoid the less savory sectors, now often took her through areas she'd previously only glimpsed from the air, areas that had been systematically forgotten. It was in these forgotten zones, in the shadowed underpasses of the elevated transit lines and the weed-choked expanses of abandoned industrial parks, that the true scale of the crisis became apparent. Makeshift shelters, cobbled together from salvaged duraplast, tattered synth fabric, and scavenged metal sheeting, had sprouted like a parasitic growth. These were not the occasional, isolated figures of hardship Alara remembered from her youth. This was a population, a community of the dispossessed, living in plain sight. One particularly grim afternoon, while rerouting a sensitive delivery around a collapsed section of the old Ethereal Highway, Alara was forced to navigate through what had become known, unofficially, as the Shroud. It was an area beneath a decaying overpass, a place perpetually cloaked in a twilight of exhaust fumes and dust. Here, the air itself seemed heavy, thick with the scent of unwashed bodies, stale refuse, and a desperate, underlying despair. Individuals, their faces etched with a weariness that transcended mere physical fatigue, sat huddled around flickering heat coils, their possessions carefully arranged in worn sacks and battered crates. Children, their eyes too old for their years, played with discarded scraps of circuitry, their laughter a thin, reedy sound that did little to dispel the pervasive gloom. Alara slowed her vehicle, the polished chrome of her cargo bay a stark contrast to the raw, exposed vulnerability of the people huddled around her. She saw a woman, her clothes threadbare and stained, painstakingly trying to coax a sputtering flame from a handful of damp synth wood. Beside her, a gaunt man, his skin stretched taut over sharp bones, meticulously sorted through a pile of refuse, his movements slow and deliberate, searching for anything of value, anything that could be traded for a meager meal or a few hours of warmth. They were not statistics. They were individuals, stripped of their homes, their livelihoods, and their dignity. The contrast was brutal. Mere kilometers away, the illuminated facades of the Sky Gardens residences glowed with an almost obscene opulence, their private atmospheric regulators humming a silent testament to boundless wealth. The air in those exclusive enclaves was filtered, perfumed, and perfectly temperate, a world away from the acrid, choking atmosphere of the Shroud. The disconnect was so profound, so jarring, that it felt like a deliberate act of societal cruelty. The city, or rather its architects, had built a monument to inequality, with the starkest evidence of its failure lying exposed in its forgotten corners. Alara's own journey that day had been fraught with the subtle pressures of the widening divide. She'd been forced to pay an exorbitant, enhanced security surcharge, for her delivery route, a fee levied by a private security firm that had effectively privatized policing in the more affluent sectors. This firm, Aegis Solutions, had grown from a small private security detail to a quasi-governmental force, its personnel armed with military-grade weaponry and its patrols extending far beyond the boundaries of its wealthy clientele, effectively creating fortified zones that bled into the already struggling public spaces. The justification, of course, was order maintenance, but Alara knew it was simply another mechanism to funnel wealth upwards, taxing even the movement of goods to ensure the continued comfort of the few. As she drove through the Shroud, a young man, no older than 16, approached her vehicle. His eyes, sunken and bloodshot, darted nervously around. He held up a crudely fashioned sign, its surface smudged with grime. It read, 2 credits for a drinkable water packet. Anything helps. Alara felt a pang of guilt, a familiar gnawing sensation that had become a constant companion in recent cycles. She kept a small cache of emergency hydration packets in her vehicle, a habit born of her piloting days where a simple mistake could lead to dehydration. She hesitated, knowing that giving him money, even for water, was a drop in an ocean of need, but the desperation in his gaze was undeniable. She rolled down her window, the grimy air of the Shroud immediately assaulting her senses. "I don't have credits on me," she said, her voice softer than she intended. "But I can spare a packet." She reached into a compartment and retrieved a sealed, nutrient-rich water packet, its clean, sterile packaging a stark contrast to the surrounding filth. The young man's face lit up with a relief so profound it was almost painful to witness. He snatched the packet with trembling hands, muttering thanks that were barely audible. As he turned away, Alara noticed the raw, blistered skin on his knuckles, the telltale sign of hard, manual labor or perhaps, more likely, of trying to find shelter and warmth in inhospitable environments. He disappeared back into the throng, another individual momentarily buoyed by a fleeting act of charity. This was the reality, the constant, grinding struggle for the most basic necessities. It wasn't just about the lack of housing, it was about the absence of clean water, of uncontaminated food, of accessible sanitation, of basic healthcare. These were not luxuries, they were fundamental human rights that had become inaccessible to an ever-growing segment of the population. The city's infrastructure, once designed to serve all its citizens, had been re-engineered, its resources diverted to maintain the comfort and convenience of the privileged few, leaving the rest to fend for themselves in the ruins. Further into her route, Alara passed by a formerly public park, now demarcated by a towering, electrified fence. Within its manicured confines, pristine green lawns stretched towards a series of elegant, low-rise structures. This was now the Viridian Wellness Sanctuary, an exclusive retreat for the city's elite, offering bespoke therapeutic treatments and holistic rejuvenation programs. The irony was not lost on Alara. While the wealthy sought solace and healing in a controlled, pristine environment, the city's dispossessed were left to languish in the pollution-choked streets, their ailments untreated, their suffering ignored. The park, once a communal breathing space, a place where families could gather and children could play, had been transformed into a symbol of exclusive privilege, a testament to a society that prioritized the curated well-being of its wealthiest citizens over the fundamental needs of its most vulnerable. The homeless were not an abstract problem, they were a constant, visual indictment of the societal choices being made. They were the stark, undeniable proof that the economic engine of Viridia, so often lauded for its efficiency and innovation, was functioning at the expense of a significant portion of its populace. Alara saw them in the early morning hours, when they scavenged for discarded sustenance from the overflowing bins outside high-end eateries. She saw them in the late evenings, huddled for warmth around steam vents, their faces illuminated by the fleeting glow of the city's endless, indifferent progress. They were the human debris left behind by a system that had forgotten how to care. The narratives spun by the city's media, the carefully curated images of prosperity and progress, felt increasingly hollow and dishonest in the face of this visible suffering. These narratives spoke of meritocracy, of opportunity, of the rewards of hard work. But what of those who had worked hard, who had played by the rules, only to find themselves cast aside, deemed obsolete by the relentless march of automation and corporate consolidation? Where was their reward? The answer was starkly evident in the makeshift encampments, in the hollowed eyes, in the quiet desperation that permeated the forgotten corners of Viridia. Alara remembered a conversation with an old acquaintance, a former social worker named Lena, who had been forced to abandon her profession due to drastic funding cuts. Lena had been deeply involved in outreach programs for the city's homeless population. Her voice, when they last spoke, had been laced with a weariness that went beyond personal fatigue. "It's like trying to bail out a sinking ship with a teacup, Alara," Lena had said, her voice barely a whisper. "They're building more luxury apartments, more corporate HQs, more high-speed transit lines for the privileged. But the shelters are overcrowded, the food banks are running on fumes, and the mental health services. They're practically non-existent for this population. The city's priorities are so skewed. They'd rather pour credits into decorative urban art installations in the elite districts than fund a single new shelter or a meaningful job training program for those who desperately need it." Lena had described the revolving door phenomenon. Individuals would be moved from one encampment to another, cleared from public spaces under the guise of urban renewal or public health concerns, only to find themselves displaced, their meager possessions confiscated, and with nowhere else to go. They were perpetually on the move, never truly finding stability, their lives a constant cycle of displacement and desperation. The system wasn't designed to help them, it was designed to manage their visibility, to push them out of sight and out of mind, so that the illusion of a prosperous, harmonious city could be maintained. The visible scourge of homelessness was a symptom, not the disease itself. It was the most undeniable manifestation of the systemic failures that were allowing the wealthy to amass unprecedented fortunes while the foundations of security and dignity crumbled for everyone else. The glittering spires of the elite districts stood as silent, mocking sentinels over the growing encampments, a constant reminder of a society that had lost its way, a society that had traded compassion for capital, and community for corporate control. Alara could feel the weight of it, the oppressive reality of a city fractured, its people divided not just by wealth, but by the very capacity to survive with basic human decency. The homeless were the undeniable proof that the divide wasn't just widening, it was creating a gaping wound, a wound that threatened to consume the entire city. The stark realities Alara witnessed on her routes were not the random outcome of market fluctuations or unforeseen economic downturns. They were the meticulously planned consequences of a deliberate design, a system architected by a select few for the benefit of themselves. The glittering towers of Viridia, monuments to technological advancement and economic prowess, were not merely symbols of success, they were the physical manifestations of a meticulously constructed disparity, a testament to policies engineered to funnel wealth and power upwards, leaving the majority to scrabble in the shadows. The growing population of the dispossessed was not an unfortunate byproduct of progress, it was an intended outcome, a necessary consequence of a system designed to concentrate resources and control. Alara's understanding of this intricate mechanism began to crystallize not through grand pronouncements or exposed conspiracies, but through the quiet accumulation of small observations, the subtle nuances of conversations overheard in transit hubs, the coded language of corporate reports she sometimes glimpsed during her cargo runs. She started to notice the pervasive influence of the Viridian Capital Group, a monolithic financial entity that seemed to touch every aspect of the city's economy. Its tendrils extended into real estate, controlling vast swaths of urban land, dictating development, and, as a consequence, the cost of living. They were the ones who purchased decaying industrial zones, not to revitalize them for the benefit of the surrounding communities, but to hold them, waiting for the opportune moment to redevelop them into luxury residences or exclusive commercial spaces, displacing the existing, less affluent populations. Then there were the global tech conglomerates, entities that had cornered the market on automation and artificial intelligence. They lauded their innovations as progress, as the keys to a more efficient future, yet their relentless pursuit of optimization led directly to mass layoffs. Workers, once skilled and gainfully employed, found themselves obsolete, their livelihoods eradicated by algorithms and robotic arms. These same companies, of course, often benefited from government subsidies and tax breaks, ostensibly to foster innovation, but in reality, these incentives seem to exist solely to subsidize their expansion and further entrench their dominance, while offering little to no support for the displaced workforce. Alara recalled a delivery she'd made to the headquarters of Aura Pharmaceuticals, a company that had recently been lauded for developing a new, highly effective, but prohibitively expensive treatment for a common neurological disorder. The delivery was a shipment of specialized bioreagents, destined for their advanced research division. While waiting for the signature and processing at the heavily secured loading bay, she'd overheard two company executives speaking. Their conversation, laced with the casual arrogance of the privileged, revolved around profit margins and stock valuations. The Q3 projections are looking exceptionally strong, primarily due to the NeuroX rollout, one executive, a sharp-featured woman with immaculately styled hair, had remarked. We've managed to price it such that only the top 15% of the population can afford it, and even then, it's a significant expenditure. The insurance subsidies are a blessing, of course, but they barely cover the core treatment. The supplementary therapies, pure profit. Indeed, the other, a portly man with a self-satisfied smile, had responded. And the societal impact? Minimal. Those who can't afford it will simply have to manage. We're not a charity, after all. Our mandate is to maximize shareholder value, and by all accounts, we're exceeding it magnificently. The patents are locked down tighter than a vacuum seal, no generics for at least another decade. This access debate is just noise from the underclass. They'll adapt, or they won't. It's not our problem. The casual dismissal of human suffering, the reduction of complex medical needs to mere market opportunities, had chilled Alara. It wasn't about health, it was about profit. And the system was designed to ensure that profit was maximized, even at the cost of basic human well-being for the majority. The political connections were the invisible scaffolding that held this entire edifice in place. Lobbyists, funded by the Viridian Capital Group and Global Tech, routinely influenced policy. Laws were drafted and amended not to serve the public good, but to create loopholes, tax advantages, and regulatory havens for the wealthy and the corporations they controlled. Political campaigns were bankrolled, ensuring that candidates who espoused policies favorable to the elite were elected, while those who dared to speak of social equity or redistribution of wealth were systematically marginalized and discredited. Alara remembered a news report she'd seen, quickly buried by more sensational but less impactful stories, about a proposed bill that would have expanded affordable housing initiatives and increased minimum wage protections. It had been championed by a few dissenting council members, but it had been swiftly quashed in committee, citing unsustainable economic impacts and potential disincentives for investment. The same council members, she later discovered through a quick scan of public records, had received significant campaign contributions from entities directly tied to the Viridian Capital Group and its real estate holdings. It was a clear illustration of how political power was being leveraged to protect and enhance economic inequality. The hollowed middle wasn't an accident, it was a deliberate outcome of economic policies that favored capital over labor, speculation over production, and exclusivity over inclusivity. Wage stagnation, the erosion of workers' rights, and the dismantling of social safety nets were not signs of a failing economy, but features of a functioning one, at least for those at the very top. The architects of this disparity understood that a dependent, precarious workforce was a more pliable workforce. When survival was a daily struggle, dissent became a luxury few could afford. The fear of losing what little one had, a cramped apartment, a meager wage, a temporary shelter, was a powerful tool of social control. Consider the case of the Urban Renewal Act that had been pushed through last cycle. Ostensibly designed to revitalize blighted areas of the city, it had, in practice, been a sophisticated mechanism for gentrification and displacement. The act provided generous tax incentives and fast-tracked zoning approvals for developers willing to invest in specific, opportunity zones. These zones, however, were invariably located in historically underserved neighborhoods, areas where property values were low, and the existing residents, predominantly from lower socioeconomic strata, had little political or economic power. Within months of the act's passage, Alara had seen the changes firsthand. Areas she once considered rough but vibrant, filled with small businesses and diverse communities, were being systematically dismantled. Independent shops were replaced by sleek, soulless chain stores. Affordable apartment buildings, the last bastion of accessible housing for many, were being bought up, their residents given short notice to vacate, with minimal relocation assistance. The urban renewal was, in essence, a planned eviction, orchestrated by the city's political and financial elite to clear the way for high-end residential complexes and corporate offices that would cater exclusively to the wealthy. She remembered a conversation with an elderly woman named Agnes, a resident of one of the affected neighborhoods. Agnes had lived in her small apartment for over 50 years, a place filled with the memories of her family and her community. She'd been a seamstress, her nimble fingers once crafting bespoke garments for Veridia's upper crust. But as fashion trends shifted and mass-produced clothing became the norm, her business had dwindled. She survived on a meager pension and the occasional small alterations for her neighbors. They came with their papers, Alara, Agnes had said, her voice trembling, her hands gnarled with age and arthritis. Said the building was being sold. Offered me a pittance to leave. Where am I supposed to go? I can't afford a place in the new towers they're building. They call it renewal, but it feels like erasure. They're erasing us, the people who built this city with our sweat and our hands, just so they can build their glass palaces for people who don't even know our names. Agnes's story was not an isolated incident. It was a pattern, a deliberate strategy. The architects of disparity weren't just building financial empires, they were reshaping the very fabric of the city, physically and socially, to suit their needs and desires. They were creating a Veridia that reflected their own image, sterile, exclusive, and profitable. The political will to implement such sweeping changes, to enact legislation that so profoundly benefited a select few at the expense of so many, could only stem from a deep-seated belief in the inherent superiority of the elite, and a chilling indifference to the plight of those they deemed less valuable. This indifference was perhaps the most insidious aspect of their design. It allowed them to sleep soundly at night, to enjoy their lavish lifestyles, while thousands suffered in the shadows. They rationalized their actions, convincing themselves that they were simply playing the game of economics as it was meant to be played, that their success was a testament to their own merit, and that the failures of others were a reflection of their own shortcomings. They created an ideology of trickle-down economics, that, in reality, had become a trickle-up extraction of wealth. The prosperity they claimed would eventually benefit everyone was a myth, a carefully constructed narrative designed to maintain the status quo and pacify the masses. The corporations, the financial institutions, and the political operatives were not acting in isolation. They formed a symbiotic ecosystem, a feedback loop of influence and mutual benefit. Corporations lobbied for favorable legislation, which in turn allowed them to accumulate more capital, which they then used to fund more lobbying efforts and political campaigns. Financial institutions facilitated these massive wealth transfers, profiting from mergers, acquisitions, and speculative investments, often at the expense of stable, long-term economic growth for the broader population. Politicians, beholden to these powerful entities, enacted policies that perpetuated the cycle, ensuring that the architects of disparity continued to thrive. Alara began to see the city not as a place of opportunity, but as a meticulously crafted machine, designed to extract value from the many and deliver it to the few. The gleaming chrome of her cargo ship, once a symbol of her own striving and independence, now felt like a cog in this larger, more sinister mechanism. She was a delivery system, moving goods that fueled the luxury lifestyle of the elite, oblivious to the human cost of their consumption. The constant hum of the city's infrastructure, the ceaseless flow of commerce, was not a symphony of progress, it was a grinding of gears, each revolution adding to the growing mountain of wealth at the top, and the deepening chasm at the bottom. The whispers of dissent that Alara had heard in the underpasses and the forgotten corners of the city were more than just complaints. They were the nascent murmurs of a population beginning to understand that their suffering was not a natural phenomenon, but a man-made condition. The architects of disparity had built a gilded cage, and while many were still too focused on mere survival to see the bars, a growing number were starting to question the very structure of their confinement. The wideness of the divide was becoming undeniable, and for those who looked closely, the deliberate hands that had shaped it were becoming increasingly visible. They were not faceless forces of nature, but tangible individuals, operating within a system they had actively cultivated, a system designed to ensure that the few would prosper, no matter the cost to the many. The disparity was not an unfortunate accident, it was the intended design. Chapter 5. The Fire Within. The weight of the city's suffering, once a dull ache in Alara's periphery, had sharpened into a visceral, gnawing reality. It was no longer a distant broadcast she could mute, but a constant, undeniable hum resonating within her own bones. Each glint of chrome on a passing luxury vehicle was a stark reminder of the polished surfaces that obscured the grime and desperation just beneath. The air, thick with the recycled scent of ambition and indifference, now felt suffocating. She found herself replaying fragments of conversations, the callous pronouncements of executives, the quiet desperation in the eyes of those she delivered to, and those she passed by without ever truly seeing. These weren't just isolated anecdotes anymore, they were brushstrokes in a vast, disquieting portrait of a city deliberately fractured. Cale's words, initially dismissed as the ramblings of a disillusioned idealist, echoed with a newfound clarity. His descriptions of the architects of disparity no longer sounded like hyperbole, but like an almost literal interpretation of the world she was navigating daily. The meticulously crafted machine, the system engineered by a select few, these phrases, once abstract, now held the chilling ring of truth. She remembered the quiet pride with which she'd once navigated her routes, the satisfaction of a job done well, of being a cog, albeit a vital one, in the city's relentless forward motion. Now, that same sense of purpose felt tainted, her contribution to the smooth functioning of the machine a tacit endorsement of its inherent flaws. The raw empathy she'd always possessed, a trait that had sometimes felt like a burden, was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. It was no longer a passive sorrow, a sympathetic wince at another's misfortune. Instead, it was solidifying, hardening into something more potent, more active. The passive observer was receding, replaced by a nascent witness, a reluctant accuser. She began to see the pervasive systemic rot not as an unfortunate backdrop to her life, but as the very foundation upon which her own struggles, and the struggles of so many others, were built. The constant effort to keep her ship operational, to secure profitable contracts, to simply make ends meet, these were not just personal challenges. They were the predictable consequences of a system designed to keep individuals like her perpetually striving, perpetually just short of true security. This realization was not a sudden explosion of anger, but a slow, steady burn, like embers fanned by a persistent wind. It began in the quiet moments between deliveries, in the hours spent alone in the cockpit of her ship, staring out at the sprawling, indifferent cityscape. She'd trace the illuminated pathways of the elevated transit lines, the veins of the city, and imagine the lives of those who rode them, the corporate climbers, the elite, their journeys facilitated by a complex network that seemed to actively conspire to keep others grounded. She saw the polished surfaces of the Viridian Towers, not as marvels of engineering, but as monuments to exclusion. The memory of Agnes, the elderly seamstress, became a recurring motif in her internal landscape. Agnes's quiet dignity in the face of erasure, her grief for a community being systematically dismantled, was a searing indictment of the renewal that Alara had witnessed firsthand. Agnes wasn't just losing her home, she was losing her history, her identity, her very place in the world. And Alara, who had once offered Agnes a sympathetic ear and a promise to look out for her, now felt a profound sense of her own inadequacy. What had looking out for Agnes truly meant when the very ground beneath her was being pulled away? She started to connect the dots, the seemingly disparate instances of hardship she'd encountered. The families crammed into substandard housing in the lower sectors, their lives dictated by the whims of landlords who answered only to the opaque directives of property magnates. The young men and women forced into precarious gig work, their futures perpetually uncertain, their skills devalued by relentless automation. The pervasive sense of anxiety that seemed to grip the majority, a quiet dread that the next economic downturn, the next corporate restructuring, would be the one that finally pushed them over the edge. This wasn't just about bad luck or individual failings. It was a pattern, a deliberate sculpting of societal outcomes. The architects of disparity weren't just hoarding wealth, they were manufacturing a permanent underclass, a reservoir of cheap labor and desperate consumers, all while cultivating an aura of inevitability around their dominion. They had perfected the art of making their self-serving policies appear as natural as gravity, as unchangeable as the tides. Alara found herself scrutinizing the news feeds with a new, critical eye. The carefully curated narratives, the sensationalized but ultimately hollow stories that dominated the public discourse, no longer masked the underlying reality for her. She could see the subtle omissions, the carefully worded justifications, the ways certain issues were amplified while others were buried entirely. The proposed bill to expand affordable housing and increase minimum wage protections, the one that had been so swiftly quashed, she now understood the true forces at play, the invisible hands that had steered its demise. It wasn't just about economics, it was about power, about preserving a hierarchy that benefited a select few. The anger, when it finally began to truly take root, was not the explosive, destructive kind. It was a cooler, more focused fury, a righteous indignation that simmered beneath the surface. It was the anger of someone who had seen the truth, who could no longer unsee it, and who felt a profound sense of responsibility to acknowledge it. Her empathy, once a gentle stream, was now a raging river, carving a new path through her consciousness. She felt a kinship with Agnes, with the displaced families, with the disillusioned workers, a sense of shared humanity that transcended her individual struggles. She began to experiment, subtly at first. During her cargo runs, she'd linger a moment longer in the communities that had been most affected by the Urban Renewal Act. She'd observe the boarded-up storefronts, the defiant graffiti, the resilient pockets of community life that clung tenaciously to existence. She'd offer a polite nod, a genuine smile, to those she encountered, a small gesture of recognition in a city that specialized in erasure. These interactions, however brief, felt more meaningful than any successful cargo transfer. The routine of her life, once a comforting predictability, now felt like a cage. The hours spent meticulously maintaining her ship, the endless negotiations for contracts, the solitary nature of her work, these were the very mechanisms that had kept her isolated, focused inward, blind to the larger picture. But now, that same isolation provided a fertile ground for introspection. The silence of her cockpit was no longer just the absence of noise, it was a space for reflection, for the alchemical transformation of her disillusionment into resolve. She started to notice the subtle ways in which the system perpetuated itself. The way fear was used as a tool, the constant threat of precarity that kept people compliant. The narrative of individual responsibility that was relentlessly pushed, deflecting blame from the systemic failures onto the shoulders of the victims. Alara realized that her own past frustrations, her own moments of near despair, had been carefully cultivated by this very system, designed to keep her occupied with her own survival, too exhausted to look beyond her own immediate needs. The fire within her wasn't a desire for revenge, or a lust for power. It was something more elemental, a growing conviction that the status quo was not merely unfair, but fundamentally wrong. It was a deep-seated belief in the inherent dignity of every individual, a dignity that was being systematically eroded by the relentless pursuit of profit and power by a privileged few. The carefully constructed edifice of disparity, which had once seemed so formidable, now felt brittle, its foundations exposed by her newfound clarity. She began to think about Cale not as a deliverer of messages, but as a harbinger. His words, spoken in the hushed intimacy of a clandestine meeting, had planted a seed. Now, watered by her own experiences, that seed was beginning to sprout, pushing through the hardened earth of her resignation. The passive empathy was gone, replaced by an active, burning desire to understand, to expose, and perhaps, eventually, to challenge. Her awakening was not an ending, but a beginning, a profound shift in her perception that would inevitably lead to a change in her actions. The quiet determination was hardening into a resolve, a nascent fire that, once fully ignited, promised to cast a long, revealing shadow. She understood, with a clarity that both terrified and exhilarated her, that she could no longer simply be a part of the system, she had to find a way to be against it. The gnawing realization that survival was not enough had settled into Alara's bones, a quiet hum beneath the constant thrum of the city. It was a fundamental shift, a recalibration of her internal compass. The daily grind, once an all-consuming vortex, now felt like a cage, its bars forged from necessity and habit. She'd always been a problem solver, her mind adept at navigating the intricate logistics of her cargo runs, at finding the most efficient routes, at anticipating mechanical failures before they crippled her ship. But this new problem, the pervasive injustice that Cale's words had illuminated, was of a different order. It wasn't about fixing a faulty engine or negotiating a better fuel price, it was about re-examining the very architecture of the world she inhabited. Cale's pronouncements, once abstract and somewhat detached, now resonated with an urgent, personal relevance. His calls for a deeper understanding of the invisible chains that bound the city's inhabitants were no longer just philosophical musings. They were explanations, keys unlocking the frustrations and anxieties that had been building within her for years. She found herself actively seeking out his gatherings, not out of idle curiosity, but with a burgeoning need to grasp the full scope of his vision. These weren't the boisterous rallies of outright rebellion, but hushed assemblies in dimly lit back rooms, in the shadows of forgotten industrial sectors, where the air crackled with a shared, nascent hope. At first, she listened, absorbing Cale's arguments like a parched earth absorbing rain. He spoke of the commodification of existence, of how every aspect of life, from clean air to basic sustenance, had been meticulously transformed into something to be bought and sold, its intrinsic value stripped away. He drew parallels between the corporate empires that controlled the city's utilities and the families who struggled to afford basic heating during the brutal winter months. Alara recognized the stark truth in his words. She'd seen it in the desperation of a mother haggling for a day's worth of nutrient paste, in the resigned slump of a father whose child's medical treatment was contingent on his ability to meet impossibly high quotas. These were not isolated incidents of misfortune, they were the predictable outcomes of a system that prioritized profit over human well-being. Her conversations, too, began to shift. The casual complaints about fluctuating energy tariffs or the ever-increasing cost of ship maintenance, once the dominant currency of her social interactions, began to evolve. They were still present, the immediate anxieties of daily life, but they became launching pads for deeper discussions. Sitting with Anya, the textile vendor whose stall had been perpetually threatened by rising rent, Alara found herself moving beyond commiseration. "It's not just about the rent, Anya," she'd said, her voice low, "it's about why the rent keeps climbing. Who decides these increases? And for whose benefit?" Anya, initially hesitant, found herself drawn into the newfound depth of Alara's questioning. "They say it's market forces," Anya replied, her fingers absently smoothing a bolt of fabric. But what market? The one that leaves us with barely enough to keep our stalls open. Exactly, Alara pressed, her gaze earnest. And those, market forces, who controls them? It's not some abstract entity. It's people. People making decisions that have tangible, devastating consequences for us. Cale calls them the architects of disparity, and I'm starting to see what he means. These conversations, small and seemingly insignificant, were like tiny cracks appearing in a vast, imposing facade. They were the seeds of doubt, planted in the fertile ground of shared experience. Alara found herself seeking out these moments, deliberately engaging neighbors and fellow independent contractors in discussions that probed beyond the surface-level annoyances. She spoke with Merrick, the grizzled mechanic who kept her ship running, not just about the price of spare parts, but about the apparent obsolescence of older models, the systematic push towards newer, more expensive, and less repairable technology. It's by design, Merrick, Alara explained one evening, leaning against a grimy workbench, the air thick with the scent of oil and metal. They want us dependent on their new models, on their authorized service centers. It's a way to control the market, to ensure a steady stream of revenue, not by providing a better service, but by making the old one unsustainable. Merrick, a man of few words, simply grunted, but his eyes, usually focused on the intricate workings of an engine, held a thoughtful gleam. Makes sense, he finally conceded. Always wondered why things break down so conveniently. This willingness to engage, to probe, to question the accepted narrative, was a profound departure from her previous mindset. She was no longer just a participant in the city's economy, she was beginning to analyze its mechanics, to dissect its underlying principles. The passive acceptance of her circumstances was eroding, replaced by a burgeoning sense of agency, even if that agency was currently limited to the realm of discourse. The shift was subtle, not a dramatic epiphany, but a gradual awakening. She found herself rereading old data logs, not for financial records, but for patterns of exploitation. She cross-referenced delivery manifests with news reports about corporate mergers and acquisitions, looking for correlations, for the invisible threads that connected seemingly unrelated events. Cale's philosophy, once a fringe ideology, was becoming her lens, her framework for understanding the complex tapestry of urban life. She began to see the city not as a collection of individuals pursuing their own destinies, but as a vast, interconnected system, designed and manipulated for the benefit of a select few. The gleaming towers of the financial district were not just symbols of progress, but bastions of power, from which decisions emanated that dictated the lives of millions. The sprawling residential sectors, teeming with ordinary citizens, were not simply communities, but reservoirs of labor and consumption, meticulously managed to ensure their continued subservience. Alara started to notice the language used in official pronouncements, the carefully crafted euphemisms that masked harsher realities. Urban revitalization was often code for displacement. Economic restructuring, frequently translated to widespread job losses. Efficiency improvements, usually meant increased automation and reduced human workforce. Cale's insights had given her the vocabulary to deconstruct this corporate jargon, to recognize the propaganda embedded within it. Her engagement with Cale's ideas was not limited to his formal gatherings. She began to actively seek out others who seemed to share her burgeoning disillusionment. She recognized the shared glances of frustration in the market queues, the quiet sighs of resignation on crowded public transport. These were the silent expressions of a shared burden, and Alara found herself compelled to break the silence. One evening, after a particularly grueling delivery to the outer sectors, she found herself sharing a communal meal with a group of fellow independent couriers. The conversation, as usual, revolved around the relentless pressure to increase delivery speeds and the constant threat of deactivation from the platforms. But Alara steered it in a new direction. Think about it, she began, her voice resonating with newfound conviction. We're the ones navigating the city's arteries, delivering the goods that keep this whole machine running. Yet, we have so little control over our own conditions. We're disposable. Our skills, our knowledge of the city, our willingness to work in all conditions, it's all exploited. A ripple of assent went through the group. Jax, a younger courier with a perpetually worried frown, spoke up. But what can we do, Alara? They hold all the cards. They can deactivate us with a click. That's what they want us to believe, Alara countered, her eyes meeting Jax's. They want us isolated, focused only on our next delivery, our next paycheck. But what if we weren't? What if we started talking to each other, not just about the problems, but about the solutions? Kale talks about collective power, about reclaiming our agency. It's not just about complaining anymore, it's about organizing. The word, organizing, hung in the air, a foreign but potent concept. It was a step beyond mere survival, beyond passive suffering. It was the first flicker of a conscious effort to build something new, something that could challenge the established order. It was the recognition that her individual struggle was part of a larger, systemic issue, and that addressing it would require more than just personal resilience. These conversations were Alara's crucible. They tested her understanding, refined her arguments, and solidified her resolve. She began to see the interconnectedness of various forms of oppression. The exploitation of couriers like herself was mirrored in the struggles of factory workers, of service industry employees, of artists whose work was devalued in favor of mass-produced entertainment. Kale's message, which initially seemed focused on economic disparities, was revealing itself to be a broader critique of power structures and social control. She started to keep a journal, not of her daily earnings or expenses, but of her evolving thoughts, her questions, her observations. She meticulously documented instances of injustice, the subtle manipulations, the casual cruelties that had once been invisible to her. This act of recording, of bearing witness, became a form of resistance in itself. It was a way of asserting the reality of her experiences, of refusing to let them be erased or dismissed. The shift from mere survival to a search for meaning was not a sudden leap, but a deliberate, arduous climb. It involved confronting uncomfortable truths, questioning deeply ingrained assumptions, and stepping outside the safety of her familiar routine. But with each conversation, each new insight gleaned from Kale's teachings, with each moment she actively chose to engage rather than retreat, Alara felt a profound sense of purpose solidifying within her. The fire that had been a faint ember was beginning to glow, fueled by a growing understanding and a nascent desire to not just endure, but to transform. She was moving beyond the immediate needs of keeping her ship afloat and her stomach full. She was beginning to chart a course towards a more just and equitable existence, not just for herself, but for all those who, like her, were beginning to awaken. This was the true meaning of living, she realized, not just existing in the shadow of a crushing system, but actively seeking to illuminate it, to understand its mechanisms, and to find the collective strength to forge a different path. The weight of the city's suffering was no longer just a burden, it was a call to action, a profound impetus for change that resonated deeply within her evolving consciousness. The subtle shift in Alara's interactions began not with grand pronouncements, but with quiet questions, like pebbles dropped into a still pond, their ripples spreading outwards. It started with Kale's words echoing in her mind, not as pronouncements of doom, but as frameworks for understanding. The city, in its overwhelming complexity, had always offered convenient scapegoats. The newest wave of refugees, arriving from the parched outer colonies, were an easy target for the frustrations of those struggling to keep their heads above water. Whispers in the market, hushed conversations over shared ventilation shafts, often pointed fingers. "They're taking our jobs," someone would mutter, their voice laced with resentment. "They're draining our resources." Alara, once quick to nod along, found herself pausing. She saw the same desperation in the eyes of the refugees that she saw in her own neighbors. She saw the same struggle for basic necessities. She remembered her own precarious position, how easily her life could have been upended by a faulty engine or a sudden fuel hike. But where did these jobs come from? She'd asked old Silas, the fruit vendor, his face a roadmap of worry lines, after he'd grumbled about the newcomers. And who decides what resources are available, and for whom? Silas had blinked, taken aback by the unexpected turn of the conversation. He'd been venting, a familiar ritual of shared misery. The corporations, of course, he'd said, his voice a weary resignation. They control everything. They do, Alara agreed, her tone gentle, not accusatory. But it's easier, isn't it, to blame the people who are just trying to survive, than to look at the systems that put them in this position. These refugees, they didn't ask to leave their homes. They were driven out. By what? By the same forces that make your rent so high, Silas, and my delivery fees so low. She saw the flicker of recognition, the seed of a different perspective being sown. It wasn't about absolving the powerful of their responsibility, but about redirecting the blame from the equally oppressed. It was about recognizing that the them wasn't a monolithic, alien entity, but often just a reflection of their own struggles, amplified by circumstance. This quiet challenge extended to other areas. The pervasive apathy, the conditioned learned helplessness that Cale so often lamented, was another narrative Alara began to gently unravel. She noticed how people would shrug off news of further corporate consolidation, or the blatant manipulation of public services, with a weary sigh and a muttered, "What can you do?" During a particularly bleak winter, when the city's aging heating grid struggled to keep pace, and many families faced the prospect of freezing in their cramped apartments, the common refrain was one of resignation. The system was old, it was inefficient, it was beyond repair. But Alara remembered the news reports from months prior, detailing the record profits of the energy consortium that managed the grid. She remembered Cale's lectures on planned obsolescence and artificial scarcity. She began mentioning these details in casual conversation, not in a preachy way, but as shared observations. To Anya, her neighbor who was diligently patching worn blankets, Alara would say, "It's strange, isn't it? They tell us the grid can't handle the demand, but then you see reports about how much they're investing in new luxury developments that need massive energy to run, and suddenly it seems like there is enough power. The question is, who gets to use it?" Anya, usually focused on the immediate task of survival, would pause, her needle hovering. "It does seem odd," she'd concede, a thoughtful crease appearing between her brows. "You'd think they'd prioritize keeping homes warm." "You would," Alara would agree. "But whose priority is it? Theirs, or ours? And who gets to decide what our priorities are?" These were not confrontational dialogues. Alara wasn't trying to spark a revolution in the communal laundry room. She was simply offering alternative interpretations, gentle nudges towards a deeper analysis. She understood that years of systemic oppression had bred a deep-seated sense of powerlessness. Direct confrontation could be met with defensiveness, with a doubling down on the familiar narrative of helplessness. Instead, she aimed for curiosity, for the quiet planting of seeds that might, in time, sprout into independent thought. She started to actively listen to the conversations around her, not to gather gossip, but to identify the points where apathy or scapegoating held sway. Then, with carefully chosen words, she would offer a different lens. When someone complained about the ever-increasing cost of basic food rations, blaming the farmers in the outer sectors for hoarding their produce, Alara would interject. "But remember how those same farmers were complaining last season about the soil degradation from the industrial runoff. And how the Transport Guild keeps raising their fees for bringing anything into the city. It's not just one thing, is it? It's a whole chain of decisions that makes food scarce and expensive." She found that by breaking down complex issues into smaller, relatable components, she could make them less overwhelming. Instead of facing the monolithic entity of the system, people could see the individual actions, the specific policies, the human decisions that contributed to their hardship. This demystification was crucial. It chipped away at the illusion of an unstoppable, faceless force and replaced it with the more manageable reality of human-driven injustice. Her own interactions became a small model of the change she wished to see. She made a point of treating everyone with a basic level of dignity, regardless of their origin or perceived status. She offered small kindnesses, sharing a portion of her rations when she could, offering a helping hand with a difficult task. These acts, while seemingly minor, countered the prevailing narrative of competition and scarcity that permeated the city. They demonstrated a different way of being, a testament to the possibility of solidarity even in the harshest of environments. Alara also began to subtly question the reliance on superficial distractions. The city was awash in cheap, ephemeral entertainment, flickering hollow ads, mind-numbing virtual reality loops, endless streams of trivial gossip. These were designed, she suspected, to keep people pacified, to divert their attention from the fundamental issues. When she saw her neighbors glued to these distractions, she wouldn't condemn them. Instead, she might ask, is that really helping you get by? Does it make the rent any easier to pay, or the food any cheaper? Her questions were rarely answered directly. People would often shift uncomfortably, a flicker of awareness in their eyes. But the questions lingered. They were like persistent little burrs, clinging to the edges of their consciousness, disrupting the smooth surface of their passive acceptance. She noticed small shifts in the conversations around her. A neighbor, who had previously blamed the refugees for a dip in available work contracts, later admitted, "You know, Alara, you made me think. My own uncle had to leave his farm because the nutrient-paste corporations bought up all the water rights. Maybe it's not so simple." Another, who had always dismissed Kale's ideas as the ramblings of a malcontent, started asking Alara for more information, for just a little bit more of that stuff Kale talks about. These were not dramatic conversions, but incremental changes. They were the quiet triumphs of persistent inquiry, the slow erosion of ingrained prejudice and apathy. Alara's approach was not one of force, but of gentle persuasion, of demonstrating through her own actions and her carefully worded questions that a different way of understanding their world was possible. She was not a firebrand, but a persistent gardener, tending to the fragile shoots of critical thinking and collective responsibility in the parched soil of their urban existence. Her influence was subtle, almost imperceptible to an outside observer, yet it was undeniably present, a quiet testament to the power of challenging the narrative, one conversation at a time. She was, in essence, rewiring the collective consciousness, not with a sledgehammer, but with a fine-tipped instrument, carefully dismantling the accepted truths and offering the possibility of a more robust, more just reality in their place. The fire within her was not just a personal awakening, it was beginning to cast a gentle, guiding light for those around her. The air in the cramped hab unit, usually thick with the scent of recycled air and the faint metallic tang of aging infrastructure, seemed to hum with a new, almost imperceptible energy. It wasn't a boisterous, revolutionary fervor, but something quieter, more potent. It was the tremor of a dormant will beginning to stir. Alara felt it within herself, a subtle but profound alteration of her internal landscape. The pervasive fear that had once been a constant companion, a low thrum beneath every interaction, was receding, replaced by a nascent courage, a daring to act. Her journey had begun with questions, with the gentle dismantling of convenient narratives. Now, those questions had coalesced into a desire for tangible engagement. She still remembered Kale's passionate, often desperate, pleas at his clandestine gatherings, his voice raw with urgency as he spoke of the necessity for collective action. For so long, she had listened from the periphery, a silent observer absorbing his words, dissecting them in the solitude of her own mind. But the act of listening, of understanding, was no longer enough. The fire Kale spoke of, the ember that had been kindled within her, now demanded to be fanned, to be given form. The first step was small, almost ridiculously so, yet it felt like leaping across a chasm. Kale had mentioned an upcoming meeting, a rare opportunity to connect with a wider circle of like-minded individuals, but the location was always a closely guarded secret, passed through whispers and coded messages. The official channels were, of course, oblivious. Alara, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, found herself with a stack of crudely printed flyers, salvaged from a discarded advertising printout. She spent an hour in the dim, flickering light of a public access corridor, her fingers smudged with ink, her movements furtive. Each flyer, bearing Kale's familiar, angular script with the meeting's encoded coordinates, felt heavier than it was, a tangible embodiment of her defiance. She slipped them into ventilation shafts, tucked them behind utility panels, left them on unattended food dispensers, places where they might be found by those who were also searching, who were also looking for a flicker of hope in the overwhelming gray. The act itself was terrifying. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, every distant clang of machinery sounded like an approaching patrol. But with each flyer placed, a knot of fear in her stomach loosened, replaced by a strange, exhilarating sense of purpose. She was no longer just a spectator, she was a participant. Then there were the notes. Small, folded squares of recycled paper, tucked into the pockets of worn jackets left to dry in communal laundry rooms, slipped under doors of HAB units where she knew hardship was a constant resident. These were not manifestos, not calls to arms. They were simple, direct affirmations. To Anya, who had been struggling with the constant repairs needed for her aging atmospheric recycler, Alara wrote, "Your resilience is seen. Keep going. There are others who believe in you." To old Silas, whose fruit stall was often sparsely stocked due to supply chain disruptions, she left a brief message, "Your patience is a strength. We remember the taste of your good fruit." These were not solutions to their problems, but they were an acknowledgement. In a city designed to make individuals feel isolated and insignificant, these tiny messages were a counter-narrative. They were whispers of solidarity, a reminder that the struggle, however personal it felt, was not fought alone. Alara knew the immense effort it took for Anya to keep her air clean, the worry Silas endured when his shelves were empty. Her notes were a small balm, a recognition of their invisible battles. She poured into them the empathy that had begun to bloom within her, a silent offering of support that required no grand gestures, only a willingness to see and to acknowledge. The most significant test of her newfound courage came during a routine rationing distribution. The queue, as always, snaked through the grimy plaza, a silent testament to the city's pervasive scarcity. A gruff enforcer, his uniform emblazoned with the stark insignia of the sector authority, was manhandling an elderly woman, his voice a low growl as he berated her for fumbling with her ration card. The woman, frail and trembling, her face etched with a mixture of fear and shame, could barely stand. A ripple of unease passed through the queue, but no one intervened. This was not uncommon. The enforcers held absolute authority in these sterile transactions, and resistance was often met with swift, brutal consequences.